Tapping in. Either that or he's thirsty. Either way, he's up early. Hello, Keb. This is unfortunately one of those games that mute themselves when you alt-tab. Developer commentary. No news, fuck off. Voice frequency, let's put that at like 30%. Auto pause. Low health, low endurance. Character death. Enemy spotted. Hidden object found. Target destroyed. Auto level companions? Is that even a thing here? Oh yeah, there. Never display pointers to off-screen characters. No, that's fine. Oh, Robert. Scouting on, scouting off. Isn't there toggle scouting? It's alt? Okay. Default setting is easy. We're gonna play on hard. I don't think I have ever gone above normal. Expert mode doesn't do anything, it just disables like tutorials and stuff. Think it might do something more. I wonder if it might disable those settings in the difficulty tab, like being knocked out and stuff. Heard this title, never seen the game. It's actually pretty good. I really liked it. The only problem was that it was too short. Otherwise, it's really nice. It's got nice characters and it's got nice voice acting. Got nice art.
5 wagons grope blindly for the path on a starless night, their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no comfort, shining no light, betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have taken suddenly ill, sweating and shivering, and one of the other travelers signals for the caravan master to stop on your behalf. He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
I'm sure. But it is one of the newer CRPGs that kind of captured the same feel as the old ones, like Baldur's Gate. Numenera is a visual novel, right? More or less, like more than any other CRPG, you can avoid combat, but you can also play a combat-oriented character and engage all the encounters, and that way it's more like a CRPG, but it's still closer to a visual novel than it is to a CRPG, in my opinion, still. Is this the GOG version? No. This is the Steam version. This is my starting character. This is what I've been planning out this entire time. This is us. Strong, independent woman. Okay, they've got a bunch of braces here. I don't really know what I think about them, because the thing is, when they make fantasy races and they mostly just make them kind of similar but weirder than typical Tolkien races, that's kind of what you get, right? They're just weird. Because that's why Tolkien races work. Like, they're literally just different aspects of humanity, more or less. And they're just a little bit deformed in some manner. But when it starts reaching like these levels, you're a little bit like, I don't know, man. Or they're godlikes. Orlans. Like, this is not a halfling. I don't really know. It's a hairy halfling. They've got normal elves. Pale elf, wood elf. What the fuck is wrong with his face? Dwarf. Boreal dwarf. Mountain dwarf. Aumaua. The mighty Aumaua are the largest of the Kith races and are commonly found in or near oceans. Though not truly aquatic, they have an affinity for water, and many of their civilizations, such as Rauatai, are based on naval dominance. They are known for their unparalleled strength. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit, we're playing Avatar? But no. We're gonna play a normal ass European. What do we have here though? Savannah folk, Natlan, come originally from the south of the equator, and with the exception of some groups that migrated north, have remained in the same location for over 10,000 years. The name Natlan literally means original. While quite common in Red Ceres, Savannah folk are not usually seen in the Durwood and the Valian republics. Fighting Spirit. Once per encounter, 5 seconds after being reduced below 50% endurance, folk temporarily gain bonuses to accuracy and damage. Ocean Folk. Kalbandra. Originated near the equator on the other side of the globe, and are currently the most widespread human group in that region. But they also have migrated to the far reaches of the world. Ocean Folk are the dominant culture in the Valian republics, and are also common in the Durwood. The most common humans in the Durwood, the Meadow Folk or Thurton, have lived in that area for almost 2,000 years. Meadow Folk traditionally live at the edges of elven forests, working the open plains, hence their name. Most humans in the Durwood are Thurton. Alright, so we've got a bunch of classes here. The nice thing in this game is that you can kind of play most classes any way you want, in a way. Metafolk. Yeah. Like, if you look at a fighter, they start with 30 accuracy, plus 3 per level. While a wizard starts with 20 accuracy. But if you go to the stats here, you can see that the stats in D&D, if you wanna do like melee, you have to have might, right? Or strength, as it's called there. Because that'll give you more accuracy in melee. If you wanna be a ranger, shoot arrows, you have to have dexterity, because that gives you accuracy with the ranged. If you wanna be a wizard, you have to have intelligence, because that gives you, you know, extra difficulty class on your spells. But here, perception is accuracy. And accuracy is applied to everything. It's applied to spells, it's applied to melee, it's applied to everything. So if you really want to be like a melee wizard, mash this up to 18 and you've got plus 8 accuracy. Like, you're still 10 behind a fighter, but you can still kind of do it decently. Now, I don't know if there are actually decent abilities to use melee. I've never really bothered going that way. I haven't played this game that many times. Or if it's better to just make them ranged. I know you seem to have a problem with that for some reason. But even within the classes, they do have some difference of how you can build them. It's not that much. Fighters can be tanks, but you can also build them like damage classes. When you pick a fighter and you go in here, it's gonna tell you to build Constitution and Resolve. But that's just because Resolve gives you Deflection, which is armor class. But like, you don't need to do that at all. You can just go full like Perception, Dexterity, which is action speed, makes you attack faster, and just go damage. Because it's better in 2, because then you can see what the class gets. Like, you can see your entire tree, but here you only get to see like the first 2 abilities. But later on you get some abilities that that let you like threaten multiple enemies, because if you're standing in melee with one enemy, they have to make a roll to like disengage. But if you're playing a fighter, you can threaten multiple enemies that way. And that way they can't as easily break away and go in and fight your wizards and stuff. But there are other abilities there as well, so you don't have to go for the tank stance as a fighter. So you can kind of pick if you want to be a real fighter or if you want to be like more of a tank kind of character. But we're gonna play a Chanter. A Cypher. Cypher, that's what we're gonna play. A recent discovery in the Eastern Reach, Cyphers were once called Rishalgwyn, Mind Hunters, by the Glanfathans. Cyphers have the ability to directly contact and manipulate another person's soul and psyche, using an ally's or enemy's essence as the focus for their magic, though most Cyphers are still found in the Eastern Reach. Practitioners of the techniques have spread throughout the known world. They are gaining acceptance over time, but are generally distrusted, especially by the uneducated. Starting ability: powers. Cyphers can directly target allies and enemies with powerful soul-focused effects. These powers cost focus, which Cyphers build through the use of their soul whip. They're average in pretty much everything. Low endurance, low health, low accuracy, average deflection, no, average accuracy. I'm an ex-wife. Is your wife a cipher? I don't know what that means. So here you've got a bunch of abilities. Basically ciphers, when they hit an enemy, they get... like a wizard have spells that they can just use. Same with priests. But the cipher, they have to attack in melee. And... Or in ranged. I think they can be ranged. We're gonna be ranged. And when they do, they get like a resource that stacks up and up and up. And you can see like this spell uses 10 focus. And when you have enough, you can use an ability. I actually kind of like the chanter as well. Because then you get to pick some, like a bunch of songs. This song has an aura that gives enemies -10/pierced damage. And here enemies lose 2.1 endurance per 3 seconds. And then you kind of combine that into a song. And then they just go around singing. They're more kind of like a bard. But also after they've finished like a verse, you also get a point you can use to cast a spell. Like here you can summon phantoms, summon skeletons, reduces enemy damage reduction. Here you shoot lightning bolts. They're kind of cool. They're pretty decent stat-wise as well. They're just pretty decent fighters. But here I'm going to take Ice Strike, which is blinding enemies, and I'm going to take... Well, what does Frighten do? Resolve and Dexterity are reduced by 2 and Accuracy reduced by 10. Confused. They behave erratically. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Whispers of Treason? Charm? Nah, like that. Now, my stats are gonna be something like this. Sorry, I'm good at games, unlike you. Alright, I think so. Roll them. Fuck you. Rolling stats are the most garbage way of generating characters ever. Oh, another 3? A 3? Another 3? There, we're gonna have shitloads of intellect. That increases duration. So if you buff your party members, they get that buff for much longer. Also, the same is true for debuffs. Also, if I had picked the charm that Okeb wanted me to. Now here we get to pick where we're from. That also gives us some starting gear, I think. Large cracked southern opportunities for RP. Honestly, you know what I prefer? I prefer free stat distribution. Like literally no rules. But that only works for a very, very small handful of people who can do that without just optimizing or, you know, just picking 18 and everything. The White That Wends, a large, cracked southern expanse of polar ice. The White That Wends is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in the White, it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. You know what? Let's see here. Did I delete it? No. Yeah. Oh, I was hoping that this was the entire world. But they do mention... Here's the Vailian Republics. But this is not a very large part of the world. Doesn't even show the Deadfire Archipelago. Archipelago? How do you pronounce that? The White March. I do think when you want to have like this kind of stuff, cultures for character creation, I do think that it's important to be able to get some, you know, idea of where everything is and whatnot. Which part is Europe? Which part is China? Which part is Pillars of Eternity world map? Eora. The Eder Empire. Old Vilia. Eastern Reach. So we are here. We are in the Eastern Reach here. The White that went is down there. Nazitok. Deadfire Archipelago is over there. The Living Lands up there. Edir, I thought we were in Edir, so we're in the Eastern Reach. Ixamitl. Hylian Republics. Erglanfath Derwood. Maybe it makes more sense that we're from there then. Anyway, the White That Wends, a large cracked southern expanse of polar ice. The White That Wends is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. The Living Lands. The Living Lands is the mountainous region of a large northern island renowned for its diversity of plant and animal life. Its weather is unpredictable and its ecosystems vary dramatically from valley to valley. The Living Lands are home to an assortment of races in a variety of colonial and independent settlements. Dominated by the Aumaua nation of Rauatai. The Gulf itself is host to a number of nations, most of them Aumaua, Orlan or Dwarven. Though these countries are relatively young, they are some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the East. The Gulf is a land of riches and resources for those who can take them, though the entire coast is often pummeled by violent storms. Archipelago? An archipelago? Once the crown jewel of the southern seas, Old Valia is now the crumbled remains of an empire of warring merchant nations, counting many humans and dwarves among their ranks. The old Valian countries are still forces to be reckoned with, and are proud of their rich cultural heritage. Archipelago. Located to the northeast of Erglanfath, the Ixamitl Plains are a large expanse of fertile savannas that are extensively farmed by humans and Orlan residents. The Ixamitl culture is one of the oldest in the world, though one of the least imperialistic, having spread out little over the past several thousand years. The Deadfire Archipelago. Consisting of the nation of Nazitok, dozens of Aumaua settlements, and hundreds of lawless pirate-infested islands that stretch along the southern sea. Deadfire is home to boreal dwarves, Aumaua, and a mixed variety of other races. Deadfire Archipelago is the last stop for anyone headed east. A multitude of monstrous sea creatures infest the ocean beyond, making travel virtually impossible. Archipelago? Yeah. The Ether Empire is currently the largest and most powerful force in this part of the world. It is centered around the equator and has a tropical climate. Though the Empire has colonies in numerous areas of the world, Greater Ether is at its heart and houses the majority of its human and elven nations. Deadfire is the sequel, yeah. But maybe we'll be from the island that this is on. The Ixamitl Plains. Where was Old Vylia? The Vylian Republics. There's Old Vylia. So if we are Ixamitl, that means we're basically just coming from there. We are the drifter, laborer, merchant, scholar, philosopher, mercenary, hunter, dissident. This gives you skills. This gives you lore, stuff, mechanics. Mechanics is traps and locks and stuff. But there are also scripted interactions with all of these things, including your stats. We're gonna pick a drifter. Now, my gay portrait. Are you ready? There's my gay portrait. Where's my yellow hair? They have more heads in this game than in 2. In 2 they have like 3 heads you can choose between. Do you have any long hair here? Oh my god, that's terrible. Luckily, you don't really look at your character. That's maybe. But you don't like dreadlocks? Hmm. Maybe that one. Wouldn't call myself a dreadlocks appreciator.
I'm here. I'll lead the way. Easy now.
What is it? I'm flattered. Let's go.
Easy does it.
Oh?
Leading the way. You better run!
Quickly and quietly.
I'm flattered. Ugh!
They'll never know I'm here.
What is it? I'm flattered. Show them how it's done!
Follow me.
Is it? I don't remember. Like, is it one one guy who makes all the voices?
Done!
Ready when you are.
Leading the way.
I'll go on ahead. Ready when you are.
I shall lead us. Ha! The better part of valor.
Hmm?
I shall lead us.
Not a sound.
Yes, I'm flattered. Yeah!
Hey there. Watch and learn.
Yeah!
They'll never know I'm here.
I think it has some of the best dialogue. Like you would know, you only finished this game the first time like in September. I saw the Steam page.
Hey there.
Yeah, look. You go in here and it's like, okay, I've got all of these things in September, August. And I bought it like yesterday.
Watch and learn.
Show them how it's done!
What is it?
I'm flattered. Ah! I'm here. I'm flattered. Yeah!
The most benevolent roar.
Silence surrounds me.
Oh? I shall lead us. Stand together!
Now, I actually don't know what to name my characters. We're just gonna go with my name. The Caravan Master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and sagging jowls, quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you were planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods toward a looming black mass on the hillside.
Whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who'd be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the Caravan Master turns to you, frowning as he looks you over.
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, course. Which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry. About the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water. I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
Odima looks over his shoulder at his assistant, a lanky, intense man named Sparfle, who carries an old sun-bleached bow. He nods in your direction. Sparfle nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder. Where would I find these berries?
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
Yeah, you probably are up now. For some reason. Well, what are those ruins?
Nothing you won't see on half the hills of Air Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear. Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pawn, so I hear.
He adds with a wink. Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
Is it dangerous out here?
Worry about your business, and not if the weather holds up.
There is concern in his tone, but he does not elaborate. What kind of weather do they get out here?
This time of year, rain mostly, and wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a Beowick, born out of the ether, the spirit's path. Never seen it myself, never cared to.
What are these huge rocks coming up out of the ground?
They don't got Adra where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories. It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days. The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it. Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
I'll go see about those berries
Hold on.
then.
Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travelers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy armor-clad woman who has spent the journey's nights sleeping on uneven ground without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha. Kalisha!
The woman looks up on her own time.
He needs to find some spring berries. Watch that he doesn't drop dead.
Here's my strong, independent woman.
No promises.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
Don't listen to her, you're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything.
Odima chuckles and shakes his head. He looks at you. He casts a sidelong glance at her.
Hayadin should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a Beowick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
Found out work starts at 6:30 and it's an hour away. I mean, everybody would feel that way. But I mean, you can mostly get used to that, right?
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
There's
Anyone
Hayden.
wants a plop?
You see a man wearing simple but mostly neat clothes. He's transfixed, however, by a ragged tear in the seam of his tunic.
Brought a whole wagon full of goods to sell, but not enough shirts for the road.
He shakes his head and laughs when he notices you. He scratches one cheek with his knuckles. It's covered with uneven stubble, as if he hasn't quite gotten used to shaving on the road.
Say, is there anything you need? I've got some basic traveling supplies for sale if you'd like to take a look.
See what you got. No guns? How much money do I even have? 100. Can't afford shit. Lockpick. Don't forget to use Alt. Oh no, it's bugged. Lockpick, 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 lockpick. Retrain character.
I'm here.
God damn it. I keep trying to move the camera with the WASD. I'll just get used to using the mouse. Gonna steal their items. Isn't there a follow button? The camera? The camera is kind of nice in 2. Period. That.
There you go.
Stealing all their things. Their wooden clothes. Oh shit, that's disgusting. Right now we have padded armor. It's light armor, it's got damage reduction 4 and recovery speed is minus 20%. Might want to move, chat. Oh. Maybe. I don't know where to put it. It's too big. Whatever. Left alt. Scouting mode is used both for stealth and for finding hidden objects like traps and secret containers. While scouting, your character's selection circles will start to fill with yellow when a character is starting to detect them. Once the circle fills yellow, a character is suspicious and will move to investigate while the circle fills red. If the circle becomes fully red, your character will be discovered. A character's ability to find hidden objects is based on his or her mechanic skill. A higher mechanics skill allows them to find objects at a greater distance. Oh, they're all suspicious of me. Oh, Caravan Master Odima, don't worry about me. These tall glass green pillars appear as if they have sprouted from the earth. The flickering fire sets shadows dancing within. Let's talk to Heoden some more. We're just wasting
Something
time.
else you need? Looks like we're settled for the night.
Who are you?
I'm a trader, originally from the Adir Empire, but I've been trying to establish new business out here. Life on the road has brought some unexpected challenges, to be sure. And I'm sure you've noticed how prickly the locals can be. But we're here to make the most of things, right?
Hmm. Might as well try. My thoughts exactly. Tell me about the Adir Empire.
It's not as big as it used to be, but it's still big. The mainland is a continent northwest of here, but the colonies used to include Rayed Saris and the Deerwood. About 150 years ago, Deerwood won its independence from the Empire. A fact our companions are quick to remind me of.
He gives you a lopsided grin and nods at the other scattered caravaneers. Why'd you move all the way out here?
Because it seemed friendlier than Rayed Saris? My brothers took over the family mercantile business a few years ago, and there wasn't enough for me to do back home. I moved out to try and expand.
He shrugs. Deerwood is a former Adir colony, so it seemed like a good place to start. And as much as I admire the Rayed Saren's work ethic, they've always struck me as a little fanatical. Sounds reasonable enough. Out here, I'm just taking it one day at a time. I'd better go. Oh, Sparfle.
I'll have your water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
Alright, bro. Exploration is key in Pillars of Eternity. As you make your way through the Eastern Reach, open the area map to see what parts of the map you've already been to and what's left to explore. Power. Edmeth's Word.
We shouldn't stray too far.
Yeah, I know, it speeds it up.
Let's check by those outcroppings.
Now, enemies have little health bars above them. You can also... what is that? Is that your chance to hit, the 57%? Or is that armor penetration? When a party member takes damage, they will start to lose endurance and health. Wait. Their portrait will begin to fill with a red overlay, and the health bar to the left of their portrait will slowly start to decrease. When the portrait fills entirely red, the character will be knocked out. Potions and spells can be used to restore endurance to keep characters in the fight, but health can only be restored by resting. Oh, you don't get a second. Now, down here I can see my focus, and here are my spells. You can press F1, F2, and you get little hotkeys there. You can do that, you get knocked down. You've got encounter abilities here, so you can knock down twice per encounter. Second Wind can be used once per encounter, but Ciphers can use their spells infinitely, I think. They just need to get the focus. So if we want now, we can blind strike these wolves. Is this... It also blinds nearby targets, I see, so it might blind her as well. Let's give it a try. You scored a crit! A crit is a better result than a hit, and they are more likely to occur when the attack's accuracy is higher than the target's defense. Attacks that do damage will do more damage on crit. Attacks that inflict status effects or afflictions will have increased duration on a crit. Graces are worse than hits and suffer decreased damage and effect durations. The way hits work in this game is you take your accuracy versus whatever defense you're attacking. Like, if you're using spells, that might be against... where have you got that stuff here? Here. You got defenses here. I've got 26 deflection, 13 fortitude, 32 reflex, and 48 will. So it might target one of these defenses, right? So you take your accuracy and you subtract that from that, subtract the defense from that. And then you roll a d100, and then you add your accuracy value to that. And if you roll, I think it's like 0 to 15, that's a miss. 16 to 50, that's a grace, which does 50% damage. I think it's 51 to 85 is a hit, and the last 15% at the top is a crit. That's the way it works here. So because of this, there's a much higher chance of actually landing hits, even if they are just graces, and that's why armor is damage reduction based, and why that is kind of important here. Because otherwise you take damage from every single glancing hit as well.
This is it.
This is it? Drifter, you're kind of a mystery to the rest of the caravan. Just some kind of wanderer the way I hear it. People are looking for you? I don't really like any of these options. And wander into the lives of fools, talk them out of their money, and wander back out? That sort of thing tends to happen with orphans. Alright, sure. We can be an orphan. Yeah? How is it you happen to come here? Burned down the orphanage and got out of there while I could? A self-made orphan? My parents got what they deserved, now I'm leaving all that behind? That isn't your business? I've never had a place to call home, still looking? I'm gonna go with that isn't your business. Kaliska shrugs. Suit yourself. Can't very well force you to have a personality, can I? Kaliska breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Redrick's offer makes a girl think. I'll give him that. You here to settle like the rest of the lot? I hadn't given it much thought. No harm in that. Might as well see the place first. So you might have some other plan in mind for coming this way? I hope to meet someone and fall in love. I have no idea what I'm going to do next. Completely spontaneous, huh? Interesting. Well, there's probably no hurry to make up your mind. They've got an inn in Gilded Vale that'll put you up as long as you need, or so my sister tells me. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odima'll give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Why are you here? Kaliska sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried, but that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages, been doing guide work in Ixamitl. But I'd do anything for her. She's a much better woman than me, and so I'm here, and we'll see. Odima I've worked with before. He doesn't usually drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs. I like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanders too. We started in Durwood, but my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Rauatai and another in Eder. My sister in Gilded Vale. She's the only real homebody. What can you tell me about Durwood? I'm not much for history, but from what I know, it used to be part of the Eder Empire. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty, and that's how they like it. I have been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird kinds of things about it lately. People having trouble giving birth, I guess. A lot of them. Been going on for years now, but somehow it's getting worse. With an uneasy tremor in her voice, she adds, I'll have to ask my sister more about it. Alright, let's get back to camp. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparfel's getting you water anytime soon. He does what he feels like when he feels like it. We should check up on him first. Slap him around a little. Stream's just down that way. Come on, let's go get your water. Where are my secret objects? Burn the lady. Is that a mushroom? Isn't there a tree that had fallen over? Deer! Oh, he sees me. Hello there. Travelers, maybe. Or looters. Or bandits. Bad sign any way you figure it. The corpse is cold to the touch, and the ripe smell wafts from it in putrid waves. A dark, crusted bloodstain besmirches its simple linen
Stay
clothing.
quiet.
Leather armor. But yeah, you can double up the speed, which can be nice for walking. That way you don't have to cast haste on yourself.
Gonna
The
live
fallen
with that
tree
back
doesn't
tomorrow.
budge. The fallen tree doesn't budge. Sap oozes from the jagged wound in its
At
trunk.
once.
Yeah, it is. He walks so slowly.
For went hunting. At least you left the water skins. Come on.
You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water, while Kaliska waits nearby. Keeping watch, as you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. Got full water skin. Out of the trees emerges Sparfle, one of the guides, barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there is a strangeness to his gait. His stride wobbly as he moves towards you with labored breath.
Sparfle? Are you alright?
Sparfle's toe catches on a rock and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag.
Ambush!
Knock him down! Bonk. Tenuous grasp, confuse. I'm gonna blind that guy. Oh, they're both dead. Or he's dead. Come on. We have to get back to camp. After we loot them.
I'm here.
Get Sparfle's booze. Oh! Is this meant to be here? Tricorn hat. Hats come in many different shapes, sizes, and a wide variety of colors. Derwoodans are known for their modest rustic hats, while Valiants are associated with broad-brimmed hats, featuring a variety of exotic plumes. The Disappointer. The Disappointer was touted as a powerful, reliable weapon, but it has consistently failed every one of its unfortunate owner. This is a terrible weapon that disappoints anyone who uses it. The gun appears well made at first glance, but closer scrutiny reveals poor design and shoddy craftsmanship. Those who aren't fooled by its appearance still occasionally attempt to use it just to see if maybe the whole thing was made to look this way as an elaborate ruse, hoping that it's an artifact of extreme power crafted by a master who desired to conceal its remarkable nature. It wasn't, and it isn't. Okay.
I'm here.
Is that meant to be there? I feel like that's like one of the DLCs. Typical DLC that sucks. How bad is it? Accuracy -5. Properties terrible. -8 accuracy. Okay, it sucks. No, I mean there's like one DLC that gives you like some random Deadfire paraphernalia, like a pirate captain hat and stuff. Like those kind of DLCs are garbage. They always only ruin the game, make it less immersive. Confusing that guy? Hell yeah. He could kick her ass. It's a Glanfathan Huntress. Alright, go knock that guy down. No combat looting.
I'm here.
All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, splayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Kaliska puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe, with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognize as Heodan, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. Why have you done this? You have trespassed in places of which no mortal man is worthy. You are trespassers and plunderers all, and we will see this outrage avenged. So I say again, lay down your arms. Don't trust them, they mean to kill us all. There's a bunch of like stat options here. I kind of want to take the one that isn't. We are innocent in this. Will you not listen to reason? We know the ruin has been entered. We have seen the footsteps, heard the echoes. Now you must answer to the gods. Judging by the string of animal teeth around your neck, I am guessing you are worshippers of Galawain. If Galawain told you to stop protecting the ruins, would you? I don't know where this is going. The man frowns and motions as if to swing his axe. Heodan winces, but the blow never comes. Instead, the man cocks his head, intrigued. Of course, but he would not. It is by the command of all the gods that we accept this charge. How do you know? Because it's consistent with their beliefs, or because it's what you were told? The man glares. It has always been known to my people. I see. And what of Galawain's edict that weakness and age must be purged by youth and strength? You think Galawain would want some moldy, crumbling stones to survive long after their builders have turned to dust? The man's nostrils flare as he fumes. He would not. He told us otherwise. I am sure he did. Just not you personally. But why should that stop you from killing innocents? Distracted, the man's grip falters on his axe handle, and he nearly fumbles it, affording Heodan the moment he needs to dodge out of his swing, which comes too late. Howling with rage, the man charges you instead. Oh no! Theoden! He's getting absolutely gangbanged right there.
What?
And he can blind... Who are you fighting right now? That Huntress? Finish killing the leader.
How can...
Gonna get knocked down. Ouch! When a party member is reduced to 0 endurance, they are knocked out. This means they are out of the fight, but as long as your side is victorious, they will regenerate their endurance when combat ends. Even though endurance regenerates after combat, health does not. Keep an eye on the bar to the left of a character's portrait to prevent them from becoming maimed or killed. Come on, knock him down or something. Finally. Their leader's down. And you... I kind of want them to always display... enemy health. That's not possible. Nope. Yeah, but I wanted it to always be there. Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise. His companions now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us! Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good, good, the gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it is rending you apart from within. Seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom slashed across chest and bowel, Odemon's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head, his eyes barely open. He looks directly at you.
Get inside! Run!
Straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Theoden trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rock, one of the fallen attackers who had been feigning death lunges for Theoden and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Theoden lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you, despite the wind from your position. If you were to throw your weapon at the attacker, you would have a good chance at hitting your mark. Throw your weapon at the attacker. Your aim is true and the hit jars Theoden loose. Lurching to his feet, Heoden clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Heoden to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. There is a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old rocks, the old stones before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight.
Was that?
A Bewick. Had to be.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
We're the only ones.
There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside.
Oh right, there's like some voice bug. I remember that. Sometimes they don't say their lines, and sometimes they skip the start of their lines. That's still in? Okay. A lower level of the ruins has been blocked off by fallen rubble. Hello, Mornstein. No, because it like starts in the middle of a word sometimes.
Should be far enough. But what now?
If I remember right. What do you actually do, like your job? I do the programming that I do on my early streams. That's my job. I also do pixel art. But it's been like over a year since I made pixel art last. Because I've been programming. Heoden's chest rises and falls visibly with each breath. That should be far enough, but what now?
Storm has to die sometime.
Look for another way out. No, I had an art station, but I deleted it when they got bought by Epic. Yeah, true, I made that pencil. What happened out there? Kaliska shakes her head. Windstorm. Of a kind they only get in Air Glanfall. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glanfathan word is Bewick. To them, it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as the dead one. Still got yours? Who attacked us? Glanfathans. Those would be the hut dwellers Odima warned you about. Look to the fangs of Galawain. We're the twitchiest of the lot. They go ruin to ruin looking for fights with colonists. Poor Odima, I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. The Glanfathan said we trespassed in the ruins. I don't believe that. Odima would never allow it. As much as the Fangs are hotheads, Glanfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or... She glances down the passage beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else in our caravan? Kaliska's lips press together and her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all this. Kaliska looks you in the eye, a volatile current running beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse too. Seen worse and kept on walking, cause there's nothing else to be done. And cause there's other people you care about who still need you. Let's get going.
I'm here. Wonder who was here. See if they left anything useful behind.
Mace, camping supplies, hammer and chisel. Small shield, torch. Right, I don't have a weapon anymore. You've discovered some camping supplies. You can use these to rest in the wilderness or dungeons, fully restoring all your character's abilities and health. Easy difficulty allows you to carry more camping supplies, but hard restricts them severely. If you fully run out of camping supplies, try to find an inn. Most have cheap rooms available. So what do we have? Got the shitty pistol. Put on the bow. Let's also equip a second melee weapon. Evident's got shitloads of knives. Yeah. Holy shit. Twisted ankle, minus 25 reflex. Strange illness. Minus 3 concentration, minus 3 fortitude. What happened to my berries, dude? I didn't get any berries. Oh, they're right there. Found on tall, distinctive shaped shrubs, these large pink berries are both sweet and frequently used in various medicines, not only to obscure the taste. You not make that thing? I just want to eat them and cure my disease. I don't remember ever needing to bother with that. Oh, Zaurip? A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobby elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zaurip. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. Raise your arms and stand still. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. It's okay, I won't hurt you. The Zaurip recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. You now have a rank in a disposition reputation. These reputations represent how people perceive your personality throughout the world. Even seemingly nasty reputations will be favored by some people, and benign reputations often bring out the worst in certain people. No disposition is inherently good or bad in Pillars of Eternity, but if your main character is a priest or paladin, you must be careful not to misalign their dispositions with what is favored by their deity, and order respectively. For the main character, only their dispositions will modify the effects of Holy Radiance for priests and faith and convictions for paladins. The creature cocks its head and approaches you. A soft clicking sound emanates from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. Slowly back away. The Zaurip watches warily as you go.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Those tiles look suspicious. Let's be careful.
Enable scouting mode to move stealthily and search for hidden objects like traps and secret doors. Yeah. Body. This small folio is torn in several places and blood has soaked into several of the sheets. One later entry is still legible, however. I can't believe my luck. A few rounds of dice and I got my hands on a genuine Engwithan artifact. Fellow who had it said it was a pretty nothing. As far as he's concerned, he's not willing to go digging in some ruins. But if he's right about this gem leading to a hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. I'll head to Silent Lease. Silent Lease in the morning. Then it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about.
Absolutely.
Hear that?
Skulder Whelp.
How can I help?
No, he's getting detected. Alright, I'm just gonna shoot him. Wreck, bro. Knock him down.
I'm here.
Skulder meat. Maybe that's what the kobold wants.
That looks weak. Could be a shortcut.
Think we could get through? A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. A light gust of air passes through it. Push on the wall. Despite the damage, the stone looks heavy and solid. Send Heoden. Heoden pushes the wall with all his might, but it does not give. One of your characters has become fatigued. That's really funny to me because earlier I was playing the beginning a little bit just to try out the game and try out the class a little bit. And when I got here, that time Heoden was injured, and he's like, "Oh man, if I wasn't injured, I could push down that wall." And now he wasn't, and he still fails. A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. Use the hammer and chisel to weaken the wall. You set to work. The cracks lengthen and widen with your efforts, but the process is more taxing than you'd expect. Sweat beads your forehead, and your muscles begin to ache. Continue chiseling the wall. After several long moments, you begin to see light on the other side. With one final tap, several blocks of stone shift, then tumble loose, clearing a gap just wide enough to pass through.
Not a sound.
That sneak, nobody noticed that.
I could scout ahead, see what's around the corner.
Yup. No, there's shitloads.
I'd be glad to.
And now we have the tenuous grasp we can use. Knock that guy down and blind that guy. Force attack. He's confused.
I'm here.
Skulder ear. Well, we did get some meat. Let's go see if you want some meat. What does the fatigue do here? The Laurip sniffs around your pack and noses excitedly at something. It steps back and points to your pack, salivating and holding its spear out to you. Give Skulder meat to the creature. You produce a piece of Skulder meat from your pack and toss it onto the floor. The Laurip's nostrils flare at the scent of fresh meat, and its eyes dart between you and the food. It creeps toward the prize, shoving the spear into your grip. and snatching the meat with both hands at the last moment. Its gullet quivers as it devours the flesh in noisy chomps. Okay, now you don't mind me looting your urn with 2 lockpicks. Thank you. The Zaurip continues to gnaw on knots of cartilage and tendon. Yummy.
Certainly. Do you feel that? There's a draft coming through that wall. I don't hear any sign of that storm either. They'll never know I'm here.
Spear Spiderling. Blast the shit out of you.
Be quiet.
Okay, so we made it past this. But there are still doors there. Trap detected, trap detected. Trap detected. Trap detected. Can you disarm these? Failed. Success!
There you go. Hope that helps.
Shitloads of XP, dude. Once disarmed?
There.
I didn't know you could do it this way. I thought you had to, like, walk on them in this order.
Found something.
That's cute, I guess.
That roundish symbol. I'm pretty sure I saw it on one of the tiles back there.
A symbol of patterned circle is inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier stands at its base. It could be lit if you had the means. Use the torch. Flames kindle swiftly in the brazier, winding their way upward. And now it shows, like, where you can walk, I think. I think it disables them. But apparently you could disable them. Lesser Black Ooze.
Yes?
Yup. You can knock down ooze.
No good.
Oh.
What's that muck on the wall?
Viscous and oily, this muck clings to anything it touches. A viscous slick of something dark and tar-like runs down this wall. The shapes and bulges in the ooze suggest that something lies beneath it, but you can't tell what. Use your water skin to clean off the ooze. You rinse the ooze away, revealing an intricate relief of a man's face. The sunburst surrounding it has chipped away in places, but the details of his head, from the tight curls of hair to the ridges of his pointed ears, still showcase remarkable craftsmanship. One eye socket is empty. A gem fills the other. Place the gem in the eye socket. The chamber begins to rumble, stray rocks dancing across the tile floor. Finally, a large section of the wall gives way. Slime! Oh no! Holy shit, it fucking one-shotted me? 41 road damage crit? What the shit?
What's it?
Alright. Minor Cloak of Protection. Fortitude +5, Reflex +5, Will +5. Adra Amethyst. Nice, I've got a cloak.
I'm here. Yes?
Hmm?
Oh, that was
I'd be
close.
glad to.
That was close. And there's nothing there now. I don't think so. I think we would have seen was something hidden there. Spear Spiderling. Famished Spear Spider.
How can I help?
Blind that guy, knock down that guy. Now I can confuse the big Spider-Man. Oh, never mind, he died.
Absolutely.
Spear Spider Leg. Bats as large as chickens are strung in the web. Rapier. Helmet. A helmet does nothing. Helmets come in many forms, from the humble padded cap to fully enclosed steel great helms. Different cultures tend toward different styles of helmets, but outside of regiment armies, the type of helmet an individual wears often comes down to personal preference. Does nothing. You can wear that. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright. Zaurip's Spear. Burning Lash, plus 10% burn damage. Okay, so that's just on top of the crush. Yes.
Certainly.
Well, doesn't seem to be anything more. Four figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled adra and metallic veins, ominous and looming like a silent observer. Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. The figure closest to the machine stands out among them. A thick grey beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with two protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book.
He addresses the petrified body.
Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still. Then, all at once, it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision, and you are knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land, and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place, another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with adra, and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end of a great pillar of adra, pierces the floor from below. Its shimmering texture gives the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours, but not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions, questions that must be answered or... At the base of the pillar now you see a man with a thick grey beard in ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking towards him now, at a pace that is hurried while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. You awaken to find your malaise is broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no signs of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tic. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures at the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. Theoden and Kaliska lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. You are alone and far from help. Gilded Vale may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Level up. Stealth, athletics, lore, mechanics, survival. Do I want lore? Long-term bonuses when you rest. Wilderness challenge, specialized information about nature. Let's go lore. Another spell! Whisper of Treason. Soul Shock does damage. Mind Wave does damage. Antipathetic Field does damage. Alright, let's get the Charm, I guess. I want to avoid the damage spells. Oh right, you do get talents like this. I thought you didn't really get to choose a lot of stuff like this. Utility. Fast Runner, Movement Speed, Science of Flame, 5 damage reduction against fire, and more fire damage. Weapon change, recovery, wound binding, field triage. Biting Whip. The Cypher's Soul Whip bites deeper, granting a bonus to damage. Invokes Retaliatory Strike, stunning an enemy whenever they target the Cypher's will defense. 1 per encounter. Target is stunned when they attack my will. Enhances the draining power of the Cypher's Soul Whip, regenerating focus more quickly. Plus 33% focus gain. Cypher has an increased maximum focus. Oh, right. You can kind of multi-class in here too. I forgot about that. It's not really true multi-class, but you can get like the basic ability of another class. You can get this is an AoE heal, right? Yeah. Heals a percentage, I think. And foes take burn damage and can get frightened, reduces dexterity and accuracy. But I'm thinking we probably want this one. That gives us more focus gain, just so we can use more spells. Other things.
It's not that I don't want to carry more.
Now, you have your inventory here, but you also, and you could argue this is a little bit immersion breaking, but you have a stash in here that just holds everything pretty much. So you don't really need to worry about inventory space. You have basically infinite amounts.
I'm here.
Oh no, it's being tortured. Vessel flesh. This massive structure is formed of stone, adra, and copper, and covered in strange glyphs. The air around it vibrates with an unusual energy. This reeking flesh once held a bound soul. With its energy fading, the flesh is entering a rapid decay. Gross. Yucky. Valewood. It will take you 6 hours to complete your journey from Celant Lys to Valewood. Yes. And out of camping, or we have full camping supplies.
Quietly now.
Goats! Shattered pieces of a crate are strewn across the dirt, along with a few muddy vegetables. The grass is still flattened behind the wagon's wheels. Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. Sword. Or camping supplies. Naunton. Oh there, fella. Damn thing, come on.
Gods keep you.
This man appears to be hurriedly dismantling his camp in a quick, jerky movements. He looks up as you approach, his expression tense and drawn. Greetings, he says, a little breathless. On your way south, is it? He wipes his brow, turning to face you. The sooner you're clear of these woods, the better, I think. Our caravan was attacked. I've been trying to get to Gilded Vale. Hard luck, and I'm sorry to hear it. You should be fine from here. There is no missing the Vale if you keep to the road, and you haven't far to walk. But you'll want to keep clear of this place after that. We were just attacked north of here. Me and a friend of mine. We came out here to hunt some deer. Came up on a bear instead. Great monstrous thing, and Pearly, he didn't make it. He shakes his head. I don't know what I'll tell his wife. In any case, this forest's already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. Who are you? Name's Naunton, born and raised in Gilded Vale. Haven't had a spot of luck since. His face twists. Luckier than Pearly, I suppose. In any case, this forest's already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. What happened to your friend? We didn't see it coming. Naunton's voice shakes a little as he speaks. We were following a stag. Pearly he saw something in the brambles, and we went tearing off after it. We all stumbled into the cave. Poor Pearly didn't stand a chance. The bear was on top of him before we knew what was happening. The beasts fell. The beasts will take what they will, I suppose. He smiled sadly, and this time Galawain's favor fell upon the bear. Where did you find this bear? In a cave, a ways up that way. He turns to point to the northwest. I wouldn't seek it out if I were you. It was a great brute of a beast. Would hate to hear that it took another life. Farewell. Major fatigue and severe burn. You know what? Let's chill out with an Naunton. Yeah. There we go. Northwest to Gairen's Grasp, south to Gilded Vale. One wolf, two wolves. Oh, three wolf! Oh, I have a wolf friend. You attack this guy. Holy shit! Stay confused, please. No, don't hit me! No, he knocked me down! Oh shit, I don't have a potion equipped. My bad. What? Game over. Maybe if we equip something other than a dagger. Well, the dagger seems pretty good, and it has bonus accuracy. This only does 10 to 15, the dagger does 8 to 12. I think they're pretty equal, but... Minor regeneration, plus 32 endurance over 12 seconds, plus 47 endurance.
I'd be glad to.
Let's try that again.
Quietly now.
Stand together.
And that's a big wolf. That's why he was so much harder. Oh, nope. He knocked down twice. A bitch. How long does blind last? "14 seconds. This is supposed to last for 14 seconds, but that did not feel like 14 seconds. But then again, 14 seconds isn't that long. Alright, next plan. Drink a regeneration potion. Wait, I got interrupted. What does blind actually do? Accuracy reduced by 24. Drink the potion, for fuck's sake. There we go. Ow! He won't drink it! Like, why isn't it working? That was super annoying. Did I get interrupted like 6 times trying to drink that potion?
At once.
How long does it last? 12 seconds. Not going very well. Oh, he's gonna knock me down. And now we got the potion. That wasn't so hard. Wolf dead. Try to confuse him. Yeah, drink the potion. Don't kill him.
That's for my friends. Ha!
Don't kill me. Oh, finally. That was rough. These aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Once a small fragment only a small fragment remains, and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Examine the wall more closely. The heavy bricks are slick with moss, presenting a hindrance to climbing, but the stones themselves seem sturdy enough. Given the right tools, one might easily reach the top. I don't have any tools and I have 10 dexterity. Enemy spotted outlaw. I don't think we can fight an outlaw. Over here, we can pick up more camping supplies. Another wolf. One young wolf. I can take one young wolf. I think the blind makes it easier to hit them. Yeah, their deflection is reduced by 20. It's really good. Problem is that it hits your friends too. Normally, I think it's probably not an issue, but since I have 18 AoE, the AoE gets so big that it hits everybody. Because you've got the you've got the AoE circle, and for those who don't know, the outer smaller circle, that one only hits enemies or only friends if you're trying to heal. But since I have 18 intelligence, my AoE is 48% bigger. So typically, Eye Strike would be a lot smaller. So you could probably target an enemy and it wouldn't necessarily blind your entire fucking party. Well, Charm is good. Charm is a really strong mechanic. CC and gives you more damage at the same time. Bear cave discovered. Gonna sneak into the bear cave. Oh, Sandro, is this the first Path of Exile? Yeah, this is Path of Exile 1. It's Pillars 1. We can't kill the bear. There's no way. Not gonna happen. Now what we'll do is we'll rest right outside the bear's cave, because who gives a shit? I have played it before. I have played it twice before. Probably, I might have played it 3 times, though I don't know if I finished it every single time I started it. Zaurip. 1 Zaurip, 2 Zaurip, 3 Zaurip. Is that really 14 seconds? That feels like way less than 14 seconds. Oh, it's counting up there, I see it. Blind strike him. Last one's always the hardest. Because they have less deflection, that also means a higher chance to crit. Pretty decent. Added hat, quarterstaff.
Interesting.
The struts and supports are large enough to be the ribs and vertebrae of a dragon. I have never played Pillars of Eternity 2 though, which is kind of the main reason we're playing. Now, I very much doubt handle this bandit or outlaw. Miss. It's not good. Ow. Now we're doing very little damage because this guy has some actual armor. We're only doing 7 damage per hit, but it was enough apparently. Small shield. Oh, a small shield? You do get plus 12 from just one-handing a weapon, I think. Yeah, like a shield can have -4 accuracy, but simply equipping a shield at all gives you -12 accuracy right away. So shields are... It's pretty rough. They're not necessarily better. And a touch more salt. A lot of bandits, dude. How long is it going to take to make some damn stew? The young dwarf tending to the stew looks up, startled as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? The bandit turns. Get him, you dogs, and make sure our new cook doesn't run off. Help! Please help! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick as they pass him, and he huddles. I very, very much doubt we can do this. Combat only? Yeah, we are in combat. They do like fighting each other. Oh shit! Why is he already free? Oh, fight each other, bitch! Like I said, I don't think we're gonna make this. No. They don't do any damage on each other. But we can try. I've already used all my potions, unless I got more of them. Maybe we do, no. Sweth. I fought the wolves. The wolves were insane. Make deflection potions. For region you need copper. Fan of Flames. How can I make scrolls from another class? Prayer against fear.
At once.
I could attack them without going in, but... Now, this guy is the one with a bigger weapon. I think he's got an axe. You see... Yeah, that's why they only get charmed for a little while sometimes. Because you grazed. And because that was a graze, we're gonna die instantly. Yeah. Well, screw this.
I'm here.
This first area is kind of weird because it's honestly pretty difficult for one person. So it's better to just go to Gilded Vale like right away and then come back.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
A man approaches you. His skin is dull and grey as the desolate village behind him. He scans you with sunken, lifeless eyes. His voice is a dry croak. He glances at the gnarled, leafless monstrosity of a tree next to him after he says that they have some vacancies. Yeah, they've hanged like 60 people there. Do you welcome everyone this way? The only answer you hear is the buzzing of flies from the tree.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever sired a Hollowborn child?
What are you talking about?
An infant born without a soul, of course. Lord Radric has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head over the ever so slightly toward the deformed tree.
His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
You said something about Hollowborn and Widewind's legacy before. He blinks. I forget that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the Durwood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful dumb things that breathe, barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one knows, but they began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name Widewind's legacy stuck in the honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. I see. Lord Radric's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interests at heart. He nods. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understands our rules. Before I got here, I saw several people conducting a strange ceremony near some ruins. He regards you carefully. You will want to mind where you mention that. Trespassing on Engwithan ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Bareth have mercy, we certainly have. Maybe so. Like I said, it's best to stay away from those sorts of places. I was trying to not say this, but sure. I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with a Beowulf. Is there someone in town who could help?
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all.
He points at a body hanging from the tree.
But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that.
Goodbye.
Keep out of...
Urgiet nods curtly.
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed.
Urgiet looks out towards the east, his expression unreadable. He blinks slowly and turns his attention back to you.
3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
A peculiar spasm crosses his face, and the corner of his mouth quirks up into a mirthless smile. What do you mean? You came to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of the Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Barroth must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. What happened? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of childbirth, perhaps, but that is not your concern. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest. The inn or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. Well. Keep out of trouble. Scattered between the roots are bracelets of twine and bead, wilting flowers and notes half erased by the rains.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
Looking for anyone who can help me feel better. Strange way to talk about your dead. He looks up at the tree and breathes out. Half the town's up there now, seems like. No right way to talk about it. I'm looking for someone who can help me feel better. He gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drag from his pipe. My condolences. He exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. Okay. Welcome to our lovely village. Things are bound to get worse now. I heard they fended off another attack on Lord Redric's keep. You see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggests an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
The others, 2 folkmen and an elven woman, don't look convinced. The woman crosses her arms and she spits at her feet. She spits at his feet. What's going on? One of the other men points at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. Mocking us even while he shelters in our village. Just goes to show you what these fancy Adder manners are worth. We don't take to that kind of treatment. Not from foreigners, and especially not from Addirans.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
The second man thrusts his chin at the elf. He stinks of sour ale.
Fie, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
Oh no.
I'll cut that barrel-looking tongue out of your head.
A collective cry of outrage rises from the three locals. The second man snarls.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
Horror and shock paints themselves across the elven man's face in broad, hasty strokes. He plants his feet. Something surly and raw flickers through his eyes. We've nigh quarrel.
That's where you're wrong.
The elven woman draws a blade. This is unnecessary. Wouldn't you rather be inside drinking than out here arguing? We don't want your charity either, foreigner. They squint at you through red, bleary eyes. It sounds suspicious, suspiciously like you're defending him. Oh no.
That one hit true.
Holy shit, they had like 1 health. As the last of the attackers fall, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face.
Not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
Glad I could help.
Courtesy is a rare pleasure in these parts. Though your accent suggests that you are no more local than I.
Gives you a quick smile. He straightens his hood and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath it is sturdy and fine.
I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvisor, at your service.
You'd better have more to say for yourself than that. He holds up his hands. Please, I didn't mean to drag you into this.
I'm a wizard by training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I am grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some ruins.
Griffin ruins? Well, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
A Beowulf.
And you survived? I've heard such a thing was impossible. But it seems you either have a knack for timing or the favor of the gods.
Just how did you manage to cross those 3 trunks?
I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did make a rather lewd suggestion regarding one of the aggressors and his own sister. Ah, that. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak he forces a tight smile, biting his lips so hard you expect to see blood. Finally his face relaxes and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time, my apologies. What are you doing in Gilded Vale?
Excellent question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
And you? That's my own business.
Of course, I didn't mean to pry. If there was ever a place for caution, this is it.
I should get going.
As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
So do I. Let's go then.
Excellent. I shall follow you.
I'm here.
Silver Lusk, Copper Skate. It's a level. In lore. Oh, points go up. Chill Fog. Freeze damage. Blinded for 3.9 seconds. It lasts for 20 seconds. Creates a glowing quarterstaff of pure energy for the wizard to wield, granting a bonus chance to hit and giving the wizard endurance with each successful strike. Grants the caster otherworldly sight, resulting in preternatural accuracy for a short period. Plus 15 accuracy. Fleet feet. Plus move speed, plus 20 defense when disengaging. Calls a field of unearthly blades into existence, inflicting immediate pierce damage and a hobbled affliction on targets in the area of effect. It's a 145-degree cone. Jolting Touch. A bolt of electricity jumps from the caster's fingers to the nearest enemy and then to the next nearest, causing decreasing amounts of shock damage. Calacoth's Sunless Grasp. The caster's hands become so cold to freeze what they touch, does freeze damage to a target and reduces its accuracy. Accuracy plus 10. Have that. Less. Slicken. Coats the ground in a slick, oil-like substance, inflicting knockdown on anyone in the area of effect. Surrounds the caster with a shield of spirit energy, granting an increased damage reduction and concentration bonus. Damage reduction plus 3. And concentration is interruption. 58 seconds. Thrust of Tattered Veils. A quick strike of crushing force, dealing little damage but having a high chance to disrupt enemy spellcasters. Speed fast. That even worth using? I mean, what does he already have, though? He already has Magic Missile, Burning Hands, and Color Spray. Basically. So he doesn't really need more damage spells. Give him Spirit Shield. Arcane Veil. Talents. Conjures a protective shield of magic, dramatically boosting the wizard's deflection. Plus 50 deflection for 13 seconds, 2 per rest. Grimoire Slam. Allows the wizard to smash an enemy with a grimoire energized with spiritual energy, causing large damage and knocking the target back. 1 per encounter. Blast. Generates a blast on the target when using a wand, rod, or scepter, doing a modest amount of damage to all enemies in a small area around the target. Passive. Here's where you could specialize him in like fire or lightning damage or something, but at the moment I don't really know. That's worth it. I think the Grimoire Slam is really good because it gives you a free damage per encounter.
Yes?
So this is more like a self-defense thing, you use it. This is the one I was thinking about. You already have that, the Arcane Assault. Unleashes a bolt of magical energy from the Grimoire that inflicts raw damage and dazes targets in the area. Is your game real-time or is it more like this? I mean, this game is real-time. It just has pause. Our game is turn-based. And grid-based. The floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean.
Gods keep you.
Oh, greetings and welcome to the Black Hound Inn. The innkeeper bows her head curtly. Please sit where you like. Would you like a drink or a room? We have 2 available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by the way of a good meal today. She sighs. Unless you're fond of cold porridge. You only serve porridge? Aloth looks at you and shakes his head quickly. It isn't by choice, I assure you. We used to serve some of the finest meals in the Durwood. We've had a damnable run of luck is all. It's been a bad season for the crops and we're running low on supplies. I sent Tenfrith up north to stock up. Tenfrith's our cook, you see, an artist with a good roast, but it's been days since he was supposed to return and we haven't seen any signs of him. She sighs again. I have only just taken over from the last owner myself. I don't know what I'll do if he doesn't turn up. I could try to find him for you. Really, her face brightens. I'd be grateful to you if you did. He was traveling through the Valewood. It's probably nothing, a broken wheel maybe, but I do worry. You see him safely home and I think everyone in here would sing your praises. Nobody much likes my porridge. I could use some reliable help. Do you know of anyone looking for work? Oh. Well, I wouldn't say I can speak from experience, but we do have certain sorts coming by looking for work from time to time. If you want to hire someone on, I'd be happy to send them your way. Alright, you can make, like, mercenaries. This game as well. Isn't there a sort button? There. It's item type. Milk, beer. +6 max endurance for 10 seconds. +1 constitution for 150 seconds. Eating grain and stuff. Pain in the ass. Let's trade that. Inns allow characters to rest without using camping supplies. Cheap rooms are usually available, but if you have copper to spend, you may consider the more expensive options. The bonuses they provide last for a long time and affect the entire party. Lasts for 2 rests. 2 rests, +1 perception, +1 mechanic. Here we get +2 resolve. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face has shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly, her head snaps up, and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air, she speaks a word. Watcher! You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm that she is truly dead. Almost level up. Some milk. Now these you have to watch out. Never talk to people with the yellow name tags. Those are Kickstarter trash characters. They don't say anything. Carouser. Grab a drink, friend. Not much else worth it in this town. Says the woman from Thane. Hey, we said we wouldn't mention Thane. Roaches scatter and flee under the crates. Hello, Inges. Please leave me be. I am full to sickness with what I have seen of this place and its people.
Not sure how I feel about
Oh,
this.
the more mechanics you have, or the less mechanics you have, the more lockpicks you have to use.
There you go. I'm here.
This is like playing Metal Gear Solid. There's no way he's not gonna see me though. Like instantly. Right? I don't know what that means. Maybe. Hey, get out of there! Saw me. Minor ring of deflection.
I'd be glad to. There you go.
Duelist's hat. Nice. I'm just going around stealing everybody's things. Crammed behind the books is a drawing that shows Eothas and Lord Redrick in a compromising position. Oh no. These bones are covered in tiny bite marks. This hound stares intently at the covered window, head cocked as if waiting to hear a particular sound. It looks up when you approach and whines at a low note, tail wagging slightly. Pet the dog. The dog's tail thumps happily against the floorboards. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bough that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward, rigidly from one side to the other. When the breeze shifts, You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it. Not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Reach out for the woman. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded it enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman, and when you open them again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog. Her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear? Or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
Her eyes squint as she peers down on you. Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I. Wherever here may be.
How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
Eldara moves her tongue around in her mouth as if testing it. She gives you a motherly smile. I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there.
She nods.
You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
I gotta do this. I saw that the microphone was picking up some speakers. And I don't want to play with super low volume. And I almost never wear these. Ring! What's a watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair. And here we are, visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on. Some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder.
What did you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprout from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Merwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
I think I survived a Beowulf. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing.
Eldara appraises you with scholarly interest for a moment before resuming her cheerful demeanor.
Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no?
She smiles sadly at a thought. You said souls break apart over time.
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again. But less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. No. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
Clicks her tongue. I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Tell me.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
Well, you are tricking him. Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. and the worst of us are. But the best of us, the best? Inspirations, miracle workers. My parents were soul twins, miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other, turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear. Of course, dear.
Farewell.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Caldara closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. Robin was granted Crucible of the Soul. Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you all right? You seemed lost just now. Yes, I'm fine. He folds his arms. That's good to know, but I don't suppose you could tell me what that was all about. I'm a watcher. His arched eyebrows recede into his hood. Well, that is interesting. He gives you a sly grin, and I expect that explains how you survived Obewick, hmm? In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we're traveling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about Watchers? Only that they're rare, and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soul conditions. He coughs, as you just demonstrated. Let's continue on.
At once.
The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origin, where you find a broad man with straw-colored hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar smirk.
17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
Sorry?
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
What are you talking about?
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
Aloth frowns. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
He looks you up and down and grimaces. What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched. His smirk broadens.
I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first.
What's it to you? You'll have to forgive my curiosity. Round here we prefer to turn a blind eye to our dead. Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Let's not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, Radric especially. They come to these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
Taken. Good. They don't mean it personal when they hang folks here, I have to remind myself.
The town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
Why was your headman hanged? Well, the war. Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fella decides he's the living incarnation of Eothas. Overthrows Red Ceres. Marches on Durwood. So we gave him a Durwooden hello. What's a Durwooden hello?
We blew him up.
He smiles at this, but it is the smile of one recounting a joke for effect, rather than enjoyment. Who is Eothas? God of rebirth and redemption. Formerly, anyhow. Maybe they call him something different where you're from. I had other questions. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved? Redrick sent men down here the other day, said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Redrick's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward, so Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later, if not for plotting against Redrick, then for protecting me. What does your town have against you?
Pick the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, that was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the Legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedrick's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Aloth glances at you and lowers his voice. You can see why I was eager to leave. Who's Kolsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? He gives a half smile. Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured out where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Widewind's legacy started with Widewind. We could travel together. Where are you headed? Some place called Kadnua. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
I remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before.
Something kindles in Adir's eyes, and the vigor of purpose finds its way into his voice.
Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
He scratches his beard absently with a calloused thumb. There's a fine reason if I ever heard one.
All right then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
He glances briefly at the tree. He tilts his head forward and gives you a pointed look. Let's get going. Aloth got another level. Can you save points? Yeah. Yeah, let's just keep him maxed lore. Level 2 spells. Rolling Flame creates a rebounding ball of fire, inflicting burn damage upon anyone in its path. Bounces, that sounds annoying. Creates a scorching ray of flame between the caster and the target, inflicting continual burn damage to the target and anyone caught in the ray. Yeah, that's Aganaster Scorcher. Combusting Wounds. 5 burn damage over time when dealt damage for 26 seconds. Infused for 6.5 seconds. Sounds terrible, but I guess it's AoE. AoE confused might be okay. Caster damage reduction burn, shock, corrode, freeze for 78 seconds. Consulhaut's corrosive siphon. Corrode damage. Blinded. Paralyzed, AoE sickened. Sicken do. All attributes reduced by 1. Fortitude and will reduced by 10. Infuse with Vital Essence. Infuses the caster with vitality, giving them a temporary increase to maximum endurance and health. 50 max endurance, 50 max health. That sounds like a lot. Do I get 2 spells? Oh, nice. I'm gonna get Ray of Fire. Mirror Image. 25 deflection until hit or critically hit for 78 seconds. You're an athletics lad. Rapid recovery. Boosts the fighter's hardiness, increasing the rate of his or her constant recovery. Modifies constant recovery. 5.9 endurance per 3 seconds for 45 seconds. Alright, I don't really know what it is normally, but... Now, here is... +1 enemies engaged. Yeah, let's get that. Engagement bonus is pretty good. He's gonna be my tank. Points to advance. How does that work? Does it just always go up? Yeah. I was thinking like maybe it doesn't go up that much if you... Or like maybe it goes down in cost per level or something, but no. It's just every rank that you have, it goes up in cost. Alright. Goes full athletics. Fighter abilities. See... If he gets Defender here, he can fight 4 enemies. But it also means that he doesn't really get anything else. Like here you can get +10 deflection aura. And it's also a question of like how many enemies can he actually have around him. But I think we'll get Defender anyway. In some rare cases it might be actually useful. And I kind of want to just go Lord here too. Level 2. Powers. Amplified Thrust. Bounces psychic energy harmlessly off the target and onto the closest nearby enemy, causing pierce damage, pushing them backwards. Overwhelms the target's mental ability to communicate with its own body, paralyzing it and causing its soul to emit a shockwave that can leave nearby enemies stuck. What the fuck is stuck? Are rooted, unable to act but unable to leave their current location. Dexterity reduced by 2, accuracy reduced by 5 for all sources, reflex and deflection is reduced by 20. Mind Blades co-opts the target's essence, generating a slashing blade of force that attacks them before leaping up to 5 additional targets. That's a lot of targets. Phantom Foes invades the minds of targets in the area of effect, causing them to believe they are surrounded by phantom foes, leaving them flanked for the duration. Deflection is reduced by 10. Frightened for 8 seconds. Psycho-Vampiric Shield. The Cypher uses the target's strength of mind against it, stealing a portion of its resolve in order to better deflect incoming attacks. Drains 10 resolve for 25 deflection for 28 seconds. Recall Agony causes the target to relive the psychic trauma of an injury moments after receiving it, experiencing the damage all over again. 30% of all damage reapplied over 16 seconds. The main problem with Cyphers, in my opinion, is that they have a very limited pool of abilities. Phantom Foe seems kind of shit. And Mind Blades, I think we'll take Mind Blades, but I kind of wanted to have more like buffs and debuffs. And this reducing resolve by 10, that will change their deflection quite a lot too. But it's not that much. We can take this one instead. Makes them take 30% more damage. "17 seconds. Even though I think Mind Blades would be a better pick.
I have received confirmation that Lord Radric's heir was not born well. My lord has issued an injunction on all new homesteads until he can be assured that the village has been cleansed of all Eothasians and whatever other undesirables that have brought this curse upon his lands. It would be best if you left town as soon as possible. I would suggest returning to your old home. There will be no place for you here. You may stay at the inn until you can make the necessary arrangements, but I would not advise remaining long. I expect Lord Radric will be most thorough in his efforts to purify this place."
Tell me about Lord Radric. He comes from a line of nobles who have defended these lands since Edir times. Redric II was an early supporter of Dirwood and independence during the Revolution, and the current lord's father perished in the Saints' War. Hollowborn began appearing in the Dirwood shortly after the war's end. Lord Redric has taken it upon himself to purge the curse from Gilded Vale. His measures have been severe but necessary. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to have been long enough to protect it. It doesn't appear to have been enough to protect his heir. I see. Bye bye. loot some mushrooms. Beneath the vines are crude carvings of sun rising over 3 stars. This Aomao man is of an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscle. Blech. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome! You're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? What do you have here? You come to us at a strange time. I'm afraid the stock is not what it used to be, but we've fine weapons and armor to offer yet, all forged right here at the Black Hammer. Show me what you have for sale. Of course, you won't find finer anywhere else. Rope and grappling hook. Pry bar. Cape of Withdrawal. Disengagement defense bonus. Blunt Pierce DR bonus / DR bonus. We can't afford any of those big ones. Breastplate. Damage reduction 8. Recovery speed minus 40%. Outworn Buckler. This simple wooden buckler would not be out of place in a pile of surplus training shields. Painted green, it has 2 black iron straps across its front that forms a large X. It looks like it has taken more than its share of blows and may have been in use for far too long. But far from ordinary, the buckler is in fact thousands of years old. Its preservation a testament to a transcendence of its humble creation. The buckler originally belonged to one of the founding members of the Darkosi Palladini, when she was just a squire thousands of years ago in the glory days of Old Valia. As it accumulated damage from war and weather, the buckler became an extension of the paladin's own irrepressibility and protectiveness, as well as a symbol that inspired those in her charge. She wore it in every battle of her long and distinguished career, and though the paladin's name would eventually succumb to the ravages of time, the shield has yet to do the same. It is said the shield was so partial to its original master that it will allow none but a paladin of similar conviction to touch it, and in times of need it has a way of making it into the hands of those whose souls mirror the greatest qualities of the Darkosi founder. Okay. I think I remember this, now that I think about it. Though not really, like... You can upgrade weapons. And I thought these were maybe special. So that you could like upgrade them more or something, but this one just has friendly aura plus 5 all defenses to everyone within 3 meters. But otherwise it seems to just be any normal shield, to be honest. And you can upgrade everything. 0 out of 14, 3 out of 14. Like, these just come with some upgrade steps. Grants Jolting Touch on critical hit, 1 per encounter. Either way, we can't afford any of that. But I will buy the grappling hook.
Good day, stranger.
You mentioned something about your stock being low. We just don't have the supplies. Been expecting the next delivery for near on a week now. Haven't seen sign of it. Have to expect they were hit by bandits. The road out east is crawling with them. Or my workers ran off with the wagon themselves, maybe, to make some coin. Tuatanu snorts, as if that lot would dare. He's right about the bandits. The dire situation in villages like this, and the exodus to the cities has created far too many opportunities for unscrupulous sorts. Tuatanu scratches his jaw, thinking, if you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon. Or my shipment at least. They'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect. Only good road for it. As it is, most of our weapons go to His Grace, Lord Radric. Tuatanu glances at the nearby guards, and that's as it should be, but it doesn't leave much for outsiders. We just don't have the iron. Where was the wagon traveling from? We send the wagon up to New Heomar with weapons, and it swings around through Logholm, and the like to purchase supplies. Shortest route back is through the Black Meadow, and then north through the wilds. Tuatano shakes his head. Had a trader come through with word they'd made it to Logholm, but haven't heard a thing since. I'll find your supplies. Tuatano nods. Then you have my thanks. You bring those supplies back and I'll have plenty more to offer you. A discount to start, oh, and if you find my workers, tell them to hurry it up or they can take up farming instead. Right, you can tell if you are not allowed to loot something because it gets that sneak icon over it and it's a little bit red. I think we have something to do up here. We know there's more grain in there, Trumbull. We won't settle for scraps while you grow fat on our crops. A muffled shouting emerges from inside the mill. The first of you drunkards comes through that door, gets a shot between the eyes. Gods hear me, Swainer, I'll put you down like a dog. Come away for now, lads, but we'll be back, Trumbull, and we'll have fair prices, or by the flame we'll have a reckoning. Mushroom. An elven man stands before you, his relatively stocky build suggesting a life of labor. His face is pale and drawn, and his eyes wide. Behind him a younger man and woman exchange worried glances. The miller raises a club as you enter. It shakes violently in his grip. Get back, if you value your life. Put that down before you get yourself hurt. Hold on, I'm not here to hurt anyone. The miller hesitates, then lowers the club a fraction. Who are you? Is Swainer roping foreigners into his little crusade now? What was all that ruckus outside? My name is Robin. I've only just arrived in Gilded Vale. Trumbull shakes his head. You picked a bad time to come visiting Gilded Vale's... Gilded Vale's had all its shine scraped off. Just a big dung heap now. And Swainer thinks he's king of it. They're all of them mad. What was all that ruckus outside? Where to begin? Swainer's whipped them up into a froth, going on about the grain stores. Claims I've hidden away most of it. All I do with the grain is sell it. I can't create it out of thin air, and I can't hand it out for free. I pay the farmers for the crops they bring in, and I sell what comes out of the mill. Most of it goes to the Black Hound on the west side of town for ale, and Swainer and his lot don't mind that part. You take a look at the fields on the way into town. The crops blighted, and most of what I'm getting from the farmers. Trumbull gestures to the sacks and containers. It's gone off, rotted through. I can't pay top prices for blighted wheat, and I barely got enough good grain to go around. Swainer's howling after things he has no right to. If you don't want those people in here with torches, maybe you ought to stop lying to me. Trumbull blinks, taken aback. I'm not... Look, it's no lie. The stores really are low, and with so little grain going out around, I had to raise the prices for some people. There are folks in this town that deserve far better than Swainer and his lot. People who have done more for Gilded Vale. People like the magistrate? I can't do anything about that, Trumbull says, his voice quiet. That's just how it works. Maybe things are different elsewhere. Here, Redrick's men, they keep the village safe, so they eat well. What do you mean? Swainer, the rest, they've always been troublemakers. Loud, drunken fools. That woman with him, her soul traces back to Dridon, that wretched brigand, and it shows. We have good people in this town, people still hanging on to what's left of it. They deserve a little more, that's all I'm saying. Swainer's people are farmers, they gathered that grain for you. They sure didn't mind losing that grain when it was going into the drinks at the inn. They don't make like kind neighbors when they insult my son, go stumbling drunk through my own crops. You think they're the only ones that need to eat. Now the crops are sick and the wind's too weak to get the windmill turning. Our village's children are born as empty shells. That's not my doing. This place is cursed, and Swainer and the others haven't done a thing to help the rest of us through the lean season. Maybe I ought to go have a talk with Swainer then. The miller all but sags with relief. I'd be grateful if you did. He won't listen to me anymore, but maybe you'll have better luck. Tell him we're all having a hard time of it, and we'll all have to make some sacrifices. We'll be in your debt for it if you can convince him. Ulfden. Find Tenfrith. Tenfrith, where are you?
I'll see what I can find.
Do they have to make the sound every single time I want to check for objects? Despite the rains, the stalks feel as dry and stiff as a locust's husk. Hello, villager. Poor Offra is so worried about her child. I don't blame her. The Blackhound Inn's a fine place to sit and have a smoke. So true, dude. Crops are blighted. The legacy is upon us. This place is cursed. Oh. Forbidden to Defiance Bay? With the roads like they are, I'll stay put. Wonder if they went here to have a drink. Ah, there he is, Swainer.
Greetings.
Don't know who you are and don't much care. Keep walking. We're not here to chat with foreigners. Aloth narrows his eyes. Careful. Looks like they're cut from the same cloth as those rowdies who attacked me. He wrinkles his nose. Smells like it too. I saw you outside of the mill. What was that about? Well, someone fancies themselves a meddler, eh? What's that about? It's about Trumbull thinking he's king of the town on account of he's got the mill to his name. The dwarf's jowls quiver with rage. It's about him barely giving us anything for the wheat we bring him, and then cutting our purses when we need to buy grain. It's about farmers going hungry while some bastard gets rich off their crops. That's what it's fucking about. Now shove off. What if I buy you all around? Will you talk to me then? Swainers considers it. Briefly, he looks to the others. Fair enough. You bring us something to wet our throats, and might be I'll feel up to trading words.
Hail, traveler.
Hello again. Anything I can do for you? We still have rooms open, and it's never too early for a drink. Please sit where you like. Would you like a drink or a room? We have 2 available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by way of a good meal today, she sighs. Unless you're fond of cold porridge. Let's go get Jurns. This guy knows nothing about playing an RPG. I have no reason to go there yet. We're not done. I'm not gonna just yo-yo back and forth just to grab a character. I'd like to buy a round for the fine fellows over there. Fine fellows? You're having me on. Any more fighting and I'll have to ban Swainer from the inn entirely. The innkeeper frowns. Until then, it's 6 copper pieces for the lot. Here you are. Right then, here, 3 drinks for 3 fools. Just take care with them. They're a hot-tempered bunch.
How do you do?
I've brought drinks. Hey, so you have. By the flame, I never thought I'd be so happy for a mug of the Black Hound's shit beer. Gods, that's good. All right then. You've got my attention. What is it you've got to say that's worth a round of drinks? You so much as raise your voice to that family again, and I'll hang you from the windmill blades for the crows to eat. Maybe you could tell me more about what's going on. It's like I said, the miller's in charge of the grain prices. He says they're fair, but I know for a fact that folks like Offra pay half what they do. The dwarf sighs, and maybe we've been a bit rough with him, but what are we supposed to do? We can't keep paying. We're going to starve, and do you think Trumbull is going to be sorry about it when we do? Look, there's no sense in threatening the miller. You have him up against a wall. Maybe you could ask some of the other villagers for help. Swainer eyes you for a few long moments, drinking deep from his mug. Then he sighs. You're right. Things go on like they are, and we're just going to end up hanging from that tree out there. He looks to his comrades. Tell Trumbull we'll leave him be. Don't know what we'll do now with the crops failing. Haven't got another trade to speak of. Think Pasca needs another hand around the inn? He's easy to convince. You just buy him a beer and he just chills out.
Good day to you.
What's the story with that dog upstairs? Oh, that poor thing? She's still waiting on the old owner of the place. Thing is, I don't think he's coming back. It's been a long time now. We've tried our best, but with things how they are, we don't have much attention to spare for a hound. Doggy! This hound stares intently at the covered window, head cocked as if waiting to hear a particular sound. It looks up when you approach and whines a low note, tail wagging slightly. I could use a good dog. Here, girl. The dog's ears perk up. It trots over to you and barks happily. Black Hound added to inventory. Yeah, we got a dog. This small dog has a glossy black coat and an affable disposition. She trots along at your heels, gazing up devotedly whenever you come to a stop.
I'm here.
And we've got the dog. Oh, you can't go there? Offra's house. Oh, cat. A Dirwooden woman is standing in front of the fireplace, humming a quiet tune to herself, or perhaps to her unborn child, for she is clearly quite pregnant. She turns her head slightly as you enter.
Good day to you.
Well, finally, I was starting to think... The woman makes a startled noise when she turns around and sees you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else. She gives you a cautious smile. Can I help you? Who are you expecting? My sister, Kaliska, is traveling with one of the caravans. She sent a letter before she came. She said she was going to pay her way by working as a guard for the caravan master. She always was a tough one. She pauses. I don't suppose you've seen her on the road. Or the caravan, perhaps. It's Master Odimas. Kaliska didn't make it. Offra covers her mouth with a hand, eyes wide with horror. For a few moments she can manage nothing but a strangled, voiceless gasping, her eyes brimming with tears. I knew. I told her it was a dangerous path to take. Kaliska was always so certain she could take on any danger. Offra sniffs. Oh, my poor sister. I am sorry, stranger. I can't believe she's gone. If only I hadn't called her here. If I hadn't written to her, she might still be alive somewhere. Offra's face crumples, and a solitary tear slides down her cheek. Kaliska mentioned that she thought you needed help. Perhaps I can provide some assistance. Offra looks at you with some surprise, before dabbing at her nose with a sleeve. That's kind of you to offer, but I don't know if I could impose this on you. It's not a small favor. Offra wipes at her eyes. I'm worried about the baby. About the legacy. I told Kaliska as much as I could, but all I know is that for a long time now, every child born in Gilded Vale has been soulless, empty. It's happened to so many mothers, and Lord Redric's, he's exiled all of them, calling it a sign of the gods' disfavor. She sniffs. With my Hathord gone, I don't know how I'd manage if I lost my home too. I hoped Kaliska would help me. They say Ranga, the old midwife, knows a way to prevent a child being hollowborn, but she moved south to Anslug's Compass 2 seasons ago. The journey is too far for me, and I can't make it as I am. But I don't have anyone else, now with Kaliska gone. More tears run down her face. Please, can you help me? I'll find Ranga for you. Offra blinks, eyes wide. You will? Oh, gods bless you. Here, I'll give you coin to pay her with. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I think it's a drink she fashions out of... well, I'm not sure. But it shouldn't be too much of a burden to carry back. Anslug's Compass is what we call the lagoon to the south. You'll have to cross the wilds to get there. That's what keeps me from trying it myself. She clasps her hands together. Thank you again, truly. You'll be saving us both. She sets a hand on her stomach, smiling through her tears.
I'm here.
Right. Let's go back and climb up that thing. Use the grappling hook. You give the grappling hook a few swings for momentum and let fly, and the hook lodges easily behind a pile of stones at the upper edge of the wall. A few tugs on the rope suggests that it will stay put. Climb to the top. With the help of the rope, you make your way up the face of the wall and over the side. Fulvano's gloves, +2 dexterity. Oh. Scroll of Tanglefoot, hobbled. Scrawled letter, did I not read this? I do not think you will ever see this, but you were right, Fulvano. We should have journeyed south together and been safer for it. I would tolerate all the gloating in the world if I might live to hear it. I have put myself out of reach of the beasts circling below, but I am done for all the same. I do not think I will rise again. Whoever finds this, pray for me. Perhaps in the next life I shall be a trapper of wolves. Oh no, that was the note we just found. Climb down. You swing yourself over the side and pick your way down to the ground level. Easy enough. Alright, so what is my party setup, really? There we go. I was down here. Now we have tons of people. This will be a piece of cake. The young dwarfs tending to the stew looks up, startled. As he sees you approach, he drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? The bandit turns. Get him, you dogs, and make sure our new cook don't run off. Help! Please help! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick as they pass him, and he huddles. Yeah, we both of those guys. And you go over there and charm that lad. Come on! Holy shit, this guy is tanky. He's a fighter, and fighters regenerate endurance.
I'm here.
Oh, this is the cook, right.
Good day, stranger.
By the flame, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life. Or until they were bored with me, I suppose. Did Pasca send you? She must be beside herself. I must get back at once. But listen, the next time you're in Gilded Vale, make sure to drop by the Black Hound. I'll let her know what you've done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back at my own oven again. Carrots! The tent is empty, but for a pair of stained cots and the stink of unwashed bodies. Oh, is this actually somewhere you can go?
Absolutely.
Mushrooms! But that's all we've got here. Alright. Bear.
I'm here.
Nice and...
Oh, shit!
I'm here. I'm here.
One bear down. I'm gonna... Oh my god. Am I gonna be like gimped? No, it says foe AoE. Alright. Oh, he's paralyzed. Get fucked. Mice crawl through eye sockets and over femurs. A figure drifts, suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heavy chill. Reach out. You reach out a hand for the spirit. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you have been struck a blow, head reeling as you tumble, helplessly into a waiting darkness. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back, and the weight of a bow in your hand. You know suddenly that you have come a long way from the Vale, hunting deer. Now you are standing before a cavern, and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest, and as he leads you deeper into the cavern. There is a roar like thunder echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, towards light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there is a sudden, terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain. But in a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. And then there is a great dark shape above you. And then there is more pain. The vision recedes, and you are thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the spectre lingers. In the span of energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, of confusion, of anger. I met him on the road, your friend. A sudden lashing anger emanates from the spirit. Rage and grief seem to pour from the gleaming figure like smoke. I'll find him and see that he answers for what he's done to you. For a moment the spirit seems to burn, bright, and your head fills with a sickly triumph. The spirit seems to weaken with the force of its own exaltation, growing fainter and fainter, until you are alone once more.
I'm here.
Hey bro. That wasn't cool. Hey man, he's not here anymore. My dear Nonton, please be safe. Know that whatever happens, I still love you. Folded note, okay? Alright, I was thinking here, I've got a padded armor, but what about just simple clothing? Aloth's leather armor. Properties overseeing. Plus 10% ability area of effect. Here, you have to be careful with these. I think the system is kind of fucked, but I don't remember exactly. But I think if you, for example, give it exceptional, I'm not sure you can upgrade it to legendary later. So if you want the damage reduction, you have to be careful. At least I think so. And same with these. Intellect, proofing, burn proof, slash, pierce, freeze proof. Saint's War Armor. Grants second chance on unconscious. Once per rest. What does that do? Revive with 30 endurance. Wow, this is really strong. We'll just have to find you some Bog Dragon Scale. And an Emerald. And 10,000 CP. Scepter. The range on the scepters is really, really weak. Well, this is only 12. Maybe there's not that much of a difference.
Yes?
Ah. Ingrod's house. That's the only one left. Nope, we're playing a human. This man and woman appear to have been in deep conversation, working at closing two bulging satchels. They move to embrace until the woman notices your approach and pauses, her smile faltering a little.
How do you do?
How can we help? She looks to her companion, brows furrowing with confusion. Do you know this man, Nonton? Nonton coughs. Yes, I think we met in the Valewood. I warned him about the bear. He inclines his head. Glad to see you've made it. Was there something else you wanted? You two seem to be in a hurry. Yes, I imagine so, Ingrid laughs. We're packing for a trip, actually. I've been meaning to visit Defiance Bay, and she looks at Nonton. Well, in truth, I think I've had my fill of this town. Nonton reaches to take her hand. It's time for some new scenery, he says. I know what really happened in that bear cave, Nonton. The color drains from Nonton's face. Don't know what you mean. I told you the truth of it. Are you accusing him of something? Ingrod looks to Nanton, touching his arm. If this is about the accident, we're both grieving Pearlie's loss, but it was a wild animal's doing. Nanton shakes his head. Minutely, you see a tremble in his hands. What would make you suggest such a thing? Why did you do it? He was your friend. Nanton hesitates, and then his expression darkens. My friend. He was a cruel enough man to his friends. You didn't know him. You wouldn't defend him if you did. His hand falls to his sword belt. Nanton, wait. Ingrod raises a hand. I don't know what you saw in that cave, but this isn't what you think. Pearlie, my husband, he was as much a beast as that bear. I tried to leave the first time I suffered his temper, but he wouldn't have it. She looks away, expression pained. Nanton, we met, and I knew I'd found someone special, someone kind, who cared for me. Please, all we want is to leave this place, to start somewhere else. She looks down at the satchels. We've some coin saved up. You could have it if you'll only let us go. I'm just thinking how I want to do this. No, whatever your reasons, you caused a man's death. I am taking this to the magistrate. I don't know what you think you'd tell the magistrate. A story about a dream you had. Nanton sneers. But you won't take this from us. Not when we're so close. And not for that wretched Pearlie. Nanton draws his blade. You fool! Can you queue actions?
I'm here.
For the ring. Also gonna steal all your belongings. There. The bottle of Sonreed is half empty. And the quest is done, we got shitloads of XP. Isn't someone supposed to send you down to the temple? I'd like to report a murder. Is there any point? Not really, it's just gonna get me in trouble. That's over.
You must.
Hail and well met.
Hello and welcome to the innkeeper looks up. Oh, it's you! Tenfrith told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself a favorite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenfrith said he wanted to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. She laughs. So, what would you like? Nothing really. I'm sure you'll find something to your liking. We have the finest cook in Deerwood. Oh, savory pies. Max endurance, max might, max perception for 150 seconds. Ah, it's you, my savior! He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around you. It's so good to be back. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I have decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets. My dearest recipe. After this, you will eat nothing else. Savory pie. A savory pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. The problem with these is that you have to do crafting, food, savory pie. You need to have grain, beer, meat, and all it gives you is 10 max endurance, 1 might, 1 perception. And what is that? That's like plus 4% damage and plus like 1% chance to hit or something. It's just not worth bothering with, right? Because I assume as well, King of Deflection, put that on the deer. I assume that you have to use it on everybody, or does food apply to everybody? Or is it something you like? There it is.
Hey.
No. You have to eat that with everybody. It lasts for 3 minutes. Real time. It's just not worth it.
I haven't been in here for, must be 5, 6 years. Used to be real nice. Bright. Warm.
A rising sun and the 3 dawn stars, the symbol of Aethys. A man lies resting against the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a gaunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely against his side, sleeves soaked with blood. He gives you an anxious glance as you near his features, twisted with pain. Have a care if you mean to go in. He casts a quick look towards the doorway to his left. This place is not so empty as I thought. He angles a look up at the deer. Paying your respects, Eothasian? He manages a pained grin. A little risky, isn't it? Think what the townfolk would say. Safer down here than up there, even with the rats as big as they are. A faint edge of hostility belies the deer's playful tone. This temple isn't what it used to be, probably for the best, times being as they are. He groans and shifts position, wincing. I am no looter if that's what you're thinking, not one of his types either. Werton jerks his chin towards the deer. Just wanted to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you warily. Maybe you'd have better luck. What happened to you? I was trying to avoid the spiders. He breathes a quiet laugh. Ran into a skulder. Might have gone a little better for me if the beast hadn't knocked the sword right out of my hand. Good blade, too. Probably still lying there in the dust. He smiles warily. But I'm not, so that's all right. It's not a bad wound, I think. It just hurts. What are you doing down here? The man points a finger upwards. These ruins around us used to be a temple of Aethys, the scattered god. A grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over the Deerwood, from Rhaed Ceres even. Not so much from Rhaed Ceres these days. Until the war, of course. Even then you'd get some of the stubborn ones. The ones that couldn't get it through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Go on. Once the legacy started, Lord Redrick decided he'd been too lenient on the Eothasians. He had his people go in and put them to the sword. Left them down there buried under a heap of rocks. After that, Redrick ordered the temple sealed. It's been years like that, up until recently. Lord Redrick hopes that if we rededicate the temple to a living god, then we'll be forgiven, and the legacy will end, see? He smiles wryly. But until then, the temple is as you see it, unguarded. That's where you come in. Burton licks his lips. Those priests, maybe they didn't have a lick of sense between them, but they still didn't deserve to go like that. Chopped down in their god's house. It doesn't sit right with me. If you can get down there, find their remains, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Burton breathes out. No small task. There's coin in it for you if you need motivating. Aloth's cautious expression softens. A pleasant surprise to see that someone around here has a shred of respect for the dead. I take it you aren't supposed to be in here. Wharton laughs bleakly. Well, I meant to be in and out, nice and quick. I'm not hurting anyone, it's just Lord Redrick's forbidden anyone having anything to do with the scattered god. It'd be a little harder to explain to him than you. It is a good cause though, isn't it? And you could make some coin in the process. I'll find them. Then by the flame, I owe you a good turn. But listen, the temple's been sealed off for so long, it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priest would have been down on the lower floor. They'll be there still if they're anywhere. Those priests had all kinds of secret chambers, switches in the walls, trick sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out. And take care down there. I wouldn't want to send someone else after your remains. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up some. Alright, fame. Ivory Spiderling.
Hey.
Not to alarm you, but I'm slowly dying of poison.
Well, the poison didn't seem to last very long. No worries. Still has savory pie, but it's running out fast.
Hey.
Bam!
Not to alarm.
It's a big one. Now...
But I'm...
One is paralyzed. Oh, it was only a glancing hit, I think. Heart doesn't really seem that bad, but maybe it gets worse later on.
Most inconvenient.
There we go. Prone suppressed. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. That was kind of interesting. A pile of furniture is branded with scorch marks. Whoever sat here left in a hurry. Ink is dripped across the scroll, obscuring its contents. I picked up 2 notes. Did you get put in here right away? I don't like that. A letter home. Mother, I have asked Brother Edric to carry this letter to you, for he travels to New Heomar come morning. With him goes what coin I have, and I hope it will ease the surprise of an unexpected homecoming, for I mean to follow in a few days' time. Our village is much changed, and though I do not wish for you to worry, I do not feel it is safe to remain. I know Rectrix Obrica will not approve, but the letter trails off here. This parchment is relatively intact, but the ink upon it is faded. You can make out a few patches of careful, tidy script. Visitors to the ritual floor. Rectrix Obrica says, redemption for even these. Forgot and struck the largest bell first rather than second. Rest is illegible. Oh, there, mate. I don't know if you get like a sneak attack or something like that. You can't get more information. Doesn't look like it. At least not unless you're a rogue.
Hey. Yes?
These collapsed stones are pocketed with burrows and narrow crevices. Claw marks and dung mark the passage of beasts. Vermin have scoured these plates, though mold still grows in green-black clumps across the table.
Hi?
Run!
Yes? Not too alarmed. But I'm
No, do it on that guy.
slowly dying.
Now, he's paralyzed for a long time. What happens if we do this? Now he is knocked down, but it says that it's suppressed. Okay, it disappeared. So it just doesn't work, and then it runs out while he's paralyzed.
Absolutely.
I was just a little bit interested in whether it was going to just knock him down when the paralyze ended. But now we gotta time it. If it's paralyzed like that.
I'm here.
The knockdown is really good, but it doesn't last very long. Fine sword, is that your sword? These prayer scrolls are coated in a thick layer of grime and dust. This wall looks very suspicious. Oh right, yeah, if you have this selected it goes into the stash. That explains why it went into the stash.
Yeah!
That's a lot of spiders!
Most incon...
Well, Aloth is not doing very well over there, I see.
Most inconvenient.
This blind... No, it says foe AoE. Okay, so we don't have to worry about blinding people our own. It's just that when you do this, like there, it gives you a targeting thing on Aloth, and that usually means that they will get hit, but guess not in this case. And now they're all blinded.
Yes? This thing isn't doing the job.
It's not doing so well. Why are they so hard to hit?
Kinda
Shouldn't
stuck
be.
over here. Kinda stuck over here.
Here is dying.
I'm here.
Actually dead. Oh no, he's up again. But he just got poisoned, so he's dead.
Yes?
I don't know if you can... You don't have any potions or anything. Oh boy! That was close. He has 1 health. A swollen eye. Heal multiplier. +1 damage reduction. Sure, whatever. Here we go. The red-brown smears flake away under the toe of your boot.
Keeping an eye out.
The nearby crystals light the cracked mosaic floor in shades of orange, and at certain angles the metallic symbol beneath your feet gleams gold. As you look on, the air shimmers as if with summer heat. The very dust and air seem to pull together until a thin, glowing mist appears before you. In its rippling gleam, you sometimes think you can see the shape of a man. Features rendered in broad strokes of air and smoke. Who are you? Your voice sparks movement. The spirit surges with a sudden blazing light, and in the next moment you are somewhere else, your mind assailed with a sudden wave of fear and noise. You are in the chapter hall. Priests and faithful have gathered in a great crowd spilling into the hall. Bodies press against you, surging forward to listen. Your own grief is mirrored in the faces around you. Some of the initiates are weeping. Someone has snuffed the candles and the room is dark save for the podium, lit from behind. 2 people stand before it, lit in silhouettes. A man is shouting, voice so ragged. With fear you cannot understand what he says, but the rectrix stands calm, unmoved. Her strength will see you all through these dark times. You feel that hope like a spark behind your ribs. Somewhere behind you, someone begins to sing. The spirit tears itself from you with sudden dizzying force, and you find yourself back before the ruined altar, swaying. The spirit fades as suddenly as it appears.
At once.
The face of this statue has had most of its features struck off, along with portions of its hands. Potion of Spirit Shield, Bloodstone, Silver. Hey man, is this your sword?
Good day to you.
Werton nods at you in greeting, cradling his injured arm. You returned. Find anything? This place is overrun. So I've discovered. The temple has been sealed up for years. They must have tunneled in after the food stores. Shouldn't be anything worse than some vermin, though. If you say so. Still, best to take care.
Well met, friend.
I'm still exploring the upper level. No sign of anything yet. Well, keep at it. I figure they're down in the lower reaches for certain. I'll be here. Okay, he doesn't want his magical sword. Oh, it's not magical, it's just fine. Like, I don't know if this gun can ever be good. I don't think so. Like, even if I give it legendary, that's 15 accuracy. It still starts with -8 accuracy and -33% damage. So I think the disappointer is just ass. The only thing is, no, it doesn't have more max enchantment either. It's just ass. Now this is a fine sword. Maybe you can upgrade. It doesn't say, like, it complains about fine, it already has fine. But it doesn't seem to complain when you click something else. So you can give it quality, secondary damage, and slaying. Then you're up to 12. And you can give it slaying kith, which is humans or normal people. Then you're up at 14 plus. You can only have one of each.
Absolutely.
Right. There's? Nope. Will-o-wisp. Oh, that sounds spooky.
It's on me.
Hey.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! God damn it, Elf. Only Aloth can damage them, I think. Come on, Aloth. That guy's down. I'm going to collapse any second now. Woo!
I shall be discreet.
This parchment is worn and tattered, and the ink upon it faded. In this time of hardship, must have just as much faith in ourselves.
It's no trouble. There you go.
Great Western Stag, Book of Verses. I think we need that one. Ouch! Fucking trap! Holy shit! Got owned. Hardcore. Minor Ring of Protection. Fortitude, Reflex, Will. That on you. You're the front line. You need more that stuff more than anyone else. But like, unless you go really like DPS focused fighter, the bonus accuracy that they get is really just so they can equip shields, to be honest.
I'm here. I'm here. At once.
Holy shit! Oh no!
Hey.
I'm here. That's for my friend.
That's a lot of enemies. Maybe I was being cocky about hard. Not being that hard.
How may I help?
Oh. Oh, I forgot to equip his sword again. That might have explained a lot.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Let's have it out!
Come on, bro. Come on, bro, don't do me like this. There he's down. I can't pierce him.
No help here.
Okay, this is the only thing I can think of here. No, don't knock me down, bitch! Don't knock me down! I'm dead. The king! Holy shit.
I'd be glad to. I'm here.
Is this bow so crappy? Oh yeah, because I have 8 might. Alright, this crossbow has slower attack, but it does more damage. So we might be able to pierce his armor that way better. How can you have this skill here when you don't know the skill or the spell? But he's got the spell in his grimoire. It will cost 100 points for him to learn that. Damage reduction for him. What does this do? Dazed? Accuracy reduced by 10, dexterity, perception, intellect reduced by 2, attack speed reduced by 15.
I'm here. At once. I'm here.
This time we're gonna put all of the spells mainly on the king. But I still feel like it's best to target the small guys first. There we go. Fan of Flames is a really good spell.
Keeping an eye out.
A haze fills the air, coalescing steadily into a blur of dust and mist. It gathers into the outline of what appears to be a dwarf, a shimmering echo that fades in and out of sight. But stronger than sight is the sense within you of a powerful energy. It roils and seethes with a grief that seems to spill into your own thoughts, tainting them, until the sorrow is your own. Like a crashing wave, the energy surges towards and into you. And suddenly you are elsewhere. Before you is a brightly lit stone corridor, lined with torches and gleaming crystals. You're running, your footsteps echoing off the stone around you. You forgot to tie your sandals, and they're slipping from your feet, fouling your steps. You're late, again. The rite's going to begin without you. You hear the tolling of a bell, and your spirits lift as you recognize the familiar warped tone of the right hand, representing the first of the dawn stars to appear in the night sky, and last to fade in the dawn light. You pray fiercely that this is the first of the chimes, and not the last. The lights fade, as does the memory, and when your eyes clear, the spirit is gone.
Yes?
Laying low.
No less secrets? Buried secrets. Book of Verses. This small volume of verses and psalms is somewhat battered, suggesting it used to be carried on someone's person. The pages are dog-eared and worn, and the gold threads which form the title of the book have begun to fray. The book tends to open to a particular section, where someone has marked a verse with a small blotch of ink. Idnang, the bright star, spoke, and her voice was like a clarion cry, calling his soul forth. He knew her for the right hand of the shining god, and was afraid. "O wanderer, hear me," she spoke. "You are known to us, and your deeds put you far from salvation." And he wept, for he knew that his sins lay bare before this great illumination. Then Sargamis spoke, and his voice swept forth with the heat and force of the bright day's sun. "Weep not, for the child of light has forgiveness even for you, if you will embrace it." Harmke knelt before them, then resolved to save himself and asked what he must do. And Modegund spoke. Her voice was like the songbird's final hymn, bidding farewell to the day's light. "What darkness lies within you, you must cast into his light. Your sins will be burned from you until you are newly formed, reborn into his keeping." So spoke Modegund. But Idnang warned him, saying, "You have walked all these years into darkness and must now return. You will find the path like treading fire, and at every step you will be tempted to turn away, but no harm will come to you if you keep your faith." Visitors to the ritual floor, Rectrix Obrika says, "Redemption for even these forgot and struck the largest bell first, rather than second. The rest is illegible." Better home. Adder customs. Feast of feasts. Hatter journal. Oh. We have been everywhere.
I'm here.
I always remembered I thought this puzzle was kind of overly vague. 3 bells hang from the stone protrusion that runs along this wall. Years of dust and grime coat the metal. There is one large bell at the center, flanked by 2 smaller ones. So one of the parchment we found says that you need to ring the right bell first and then last, right? Examine the bells. The bells appear to be fully intact. They are made of a thick iron and look very heavy. There doesn't appear to be much out of the ordinary about them. So, if I understand correctly, what you need to kind of figure out is first that you get that little scroll and it says that the right bell represents the morning sun, and it also like represents the like setting sun or something. It's weird. But you start there, and then in the book you read, they talk about like heading into darkness, and that just means like passing through the day. So if I remember right, you just do right bell, middle bell. You heave at the bell and it swings back in the other direction. The clapper strikes a low, powerful note against the heavy iron. You feel the ringing in your chest as the sound moves through the ruined halls in a rolling tide. Ring the left, smaller bell. Bell tolls a high, piercing note of startling power. The tone echoes merrily through the halls until it seems that a dozen chirping notes ring through the temple. And then you ring the right bell again. The peculiar chime rings through the ruins. There's a quiet melodic chime from all 3 bells, before their discordant voices meet in one powerful rising rush of sound. It seems to fill the whole of the temple, a driving flood of song that drowns all other thought. As the tolling fades, you hear a creak from the direction of the doors, as the passage to the lower level swings open. Now before we go there, let's go here. Pick that up. I think we can continue a little while longer. Because I'm the only one who has an injury. And as long as the deer doesn't die, we might be okay. But I also don't have any more spells, so we really should rest. But
now it's strange looking back. All the time I spent here growing up, never seeing what was coming.
I shall be discreet.
Shadow. Now, I think for shadows and stuff, you need to have something. Veil piercing, I think. But maybe the scepter can damage them.
That's embarrassing.
How may I help?
Oh! Because as you can see, we're not doing much against this guy. Though I did graze him. So we should be able to land blows. You think you can blind a shadow? You can. The shadows, they teleport, so you can't really tank them that well. But you can blind them again.
Not a sound.
Shadow!
Absolutely.
Hey.
At once.
Doesn't seem that bad. It's one shadow. Tons of people in there. Tons! Oh no, you can't close doors in this game. We definitely have to rest before we go for those.
How may I?
Can you knock down a ghost? You can.
Oh, come on! Yes?
Hey.
3 shadows. Ooh, that's a bit of a spooky encounter. Oh, but if I just have a deer go in, then they'll all teleport on him. And then they just want to keep fighting him. Then we can join in.
Yes.
Don't know what this book attack does. Bonk, it misses, that's what it does.
I'm here. It's no trouble.
Oh shit.
Laying low.
Watch for traps.
Not sure how I feel about this. Hope that helps.
Fine Estoc. Maybe we have one more encounter in us. We are pushing it.
All right then.
Oh, those are not shadows, they're shades? Yeah, they're shooting magics. Not good. Oh, there's another one? A fourth one? Yeah, we can't do this. Ah. Now maybe I might have a chance. Even here it's kind of rough. Well, it's fine if the other enemies don't see you for some reason. Whoa, shit! There they are. They're all up there. Fighting me. They just come out of nowhere. That's what's so fucked. Missed. Ah. Do they get summoned or something, or am I like missing a troll here or something? I think they just get summoned or just appear after
I'll see what I can
a while. Pretty close to leveling. Maybe we can get a level.
Not sure how I feel about this.
I don't have anyone with mechanics. Someone needs mechanics.
All right then.
We've got pretty much the same encounter.
Yes?
There's another shadow. Holy shit! Draining freeze, he just nukes the shit out of you. But here you barely get anything. Now I have a shadow in my ass. What just happened? Did he die? He just disappeared. Oh, I'm down. The shade is super nasty for some reason. We'll probably have to go out. I need to use all my spells. I have a 0% chance to hit this guy, if I understand this correctly. Now I can land blows. Kind of. 0%. He keeps blinding me. You land the book. Nope. Oh! Did 3 damage, that was enough, apparently. You hear a grinding noise beneath your feet and the rush of water. Shadow, 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 shadow.
Hey.
Shadow, 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 shadow. Lot of shadows here, dude. Blinding all of them. Oh. Back. Oh no. Teleported to me. Ah, we're dead. We're gonna have to take this in steps because they're just too hard to land with the just normal attacks. So we basically have to rely on some spells. I don't really see much of a choice other than going out and resting again. Getting all our stuff back. I think that was a big encounter, and then we have a big encounter. That other little room. Of course, there is a very simple solution to this, and that's just go and get Durance. That'll make everything a lot easier, but...
Hail, traveler.
We know about the door. We already opened the door.
Good day to you.
I'd like to hire a room, please. Want the perception room.
Welcome.
And have camping supplies. We can have one. Man, buying potions, is it worth it? I think so. Too expensive. Can you stack deflection rings? No. In that case, I guess Aloth gets one. You already have a ring of deflection. Difficulty did kick up quite a large notch here. But did we finish? I don't think we finished this. I think we need to report to him.
Hello.
Crumble nods a curt greeting. You're back. Have you had any luck with Swainer? I spoke to Swainer. Crumble takes a deep breath, and what did he say? I convinced him to leave your family in peace. Why, that's... Really? That's great news. I wasn't sure you'd get through to him. They're out of their minds with drink half the time. I owe you a great debt. Here. He pulls a coin purse from his hip and pushes it towards you. Today's earnings, to show my appreciation. And you can be sure I'll let everyone know what you've done for me. Keep it. You're having a hard enough time. You're a generous soul, friend, and we'll have you to thank for making it through the coming year. Safe travels, and may you find favor with the gods. It wasn't enough, unfortunately, but... And we're not gonna get all that XP down there either, because you don't get that much XP from killing enemies. I think you only get a couple of 100 XP per enemy type, because the way it works is the more enemies you kill, the more you learn about the enemy.
At once.
And the more you fill the bestiary, with entries of that enemy, it like fills up to a maximum amount of XP you can get from that enemy type. Mechanically, I don't think it really does much, to be honest. It just wanted to avoid grind. We should try these guys. Here you have phantoms.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
How may I help?
You know what? I think we have to come back. I think we have to go get Durance, and we have to go and do some more quests, because this place is way too hard. We can go down here.
Keeping an eye out.
Alright, we failed this room. Let's go down here. Maybe there are less shadows here.
I'm here.
They're immune to blind? Well, makes sense. They are slimes. Are they immune to paralyze? They are not, I think, but I missed. Are you immune to knockdowns? No, they're immune. Can't do that.
Quietly now.
Gleaming silver key. Does that unlock this door or something? Yeah. Oh, more shadows. Phantom. I wonder if we can pull only one of these. Get the slime. Hey, he wants to come.
How may I help?
Hey.
Oh, one phantom. They seemed really nasty, but Just one, we should be able to do something. Uh-oh, there's a shadow too. Of course, he gets like giga nuked. Defenses. Damage reduction 8. Not really managing much here. Yeah, let's leave and come back. See.
Laying low.
Well, we can try this room again. Though I still think we can't really take this. Cool. One enemy there, Shadow.
Yes? Hey.
There are still 2 shades here, and the shades summon assholes, from what I understand. Graces, graces, graces. That did a lot of damage. When it hit, at least. Oh, hello there. Here they come. Miss.
Hey. Lava beyond sea.
Nah. It's just total RNG if they can hit them or not.
Nice and quick.
Like they don't... They have 8 damage reduction, but that's not why they're not dying. They're just not landing anything on them. Well, most of the time it's a 0% chance to hit. I know this place is kind of hard even on normal. When you're here with just these 3 guys. So she did want us to go and visit that guy. Get her the yummy drink. And we also need to find
Hey. Indeed.
Where'd he go? Hey.
Of course.
Neck is wrecked. What, did you fall asleep again? It's still 3. Ouch! I was trying to do the dungeon in the first town. Wow. I had to give up. It was too hard. Ghost! Your reflection warps and twists in the live gleaming Audra. Fine greatsword. He's so much slower at attacking.
Yes.
See, now we finally got use for him being able to engage 4 enemies at a time. But he doesn't enjoy it. Holy shit. Gotta do another one. Oh boy. Nasty.
Saw you in the flames.
Squatting at the base of this statue is an incredibly ugly man with bulging red cheeks, caked by pox scars and a scraggly beard. He is sweating as if he has a fever, but his breathing is measured and steady. like a slow push of a blacksmith's bellows, but that comparison feels strange and unwelcome. The next comparison, possibly sparked by his grin, is that of a bear trap. And then out of nowhere, there is a hint of alchemical fire that fades almost as soon as you identify the smell.
Come to pray at the statue?
The question mark is barely there. As the man makes the statement, the statue takes on a reddish cast as if one is holding a torch to it, then slowly blossoms into waving flames. The man doesn't turn as the statue blossoms into fire.
The others are welcome, but it's best if just you and I trade words, and your shadows stay quiet. Hands off their weapons, both arcane and steel. It's only you I want to trade words with anyway.
His face tenses with his iron bear trap smile, ready to spring.
I swear before the whore that is Margaret, no harm will come to you in her shadow. If that's enough of a promise for you. If not...
Strange choice of company. Stone seems cold comfort. The man smiles slightly at your words, then nods, never taking his eyes off you. I could do better, though the world holds little else. His eyes run the length of your frame, and he follows it with a sneer. Until now.
The world holds many whores we worship. Respect comes with honest titles. I bet even you have gone against instinct in exchange for a little copper, or paid for such in countless ways. But if I give offense, if words are all that are left to a man, then why in the Deerwood of all places he should have leave to speak them?
Examine the statue. The weaving firelight from the statue gives off no heat, so much so you wonder if it is some trick of the mind. The ugly man before you doesn't seem to notice it or feel it, although the sheen on his brow is still present as if he's burning up from within. Study the man. The sudden weaving flames from the statue of Mogron cast more light on his features. The man's robes are dirty, stained with grease and other marks of the road. The hems of his robes, including the sleeves, are burned at the edges, as if he walked a great distance across a fire, then reached into the flames with his hands to pull something out. But while his hands are thick and callous, they bear no burn or scorch marks. Focus your gaze on the staff. The staff looks thick, stout, of blackened ash once burned by a terrible fire. Beneath the ash, the lines in the wood bear shapes and patterns, and there is a certainty. The staff was once something far more dangerous, but not now. As you study it deeper, it shimmers slightly in your eyes, like water catching the light weaving across the statue. Whatever power was bled from the staff, it doesn't make it or the wielder any less dangerous. You look up to see the man watching you study the staff. As his gaze meets yours, he nods with a humorless smile. I didn't catch your name or why you want to speak with me.
I didn't give it. You probably find names as useless as I do. The names that litter this world like debris are hard enough to wrap around the tongue. And what do they matter?
His hand tightens around the staff.
It's what's beneath the skin and the letters I care about. What burns within. It's more important to me you're a watcher than whatever culture or accent decorates your letters like awkward crowns. Take pride in your actions, not where you hail from. Or how your name rolls off whatever liar's tongue coats it now.
Man's staff blossoms with fire for a moment. Then the embers settle.
If you need a title to hang on me to match your own, Watcher, then call me Durance. And as you observe souls, I test them.
How did you know I was a watcher? Durance shakes his head and his hand curls tightly on his staff. I can see the questions bubbling up. Let's burn them away one by one.
I am a missionary. I walk this diseased nation with its heathen, its people so careless with the spirits of others and their own, watchers among them. Yes, I know you for what you are, and your name doesn't interest me. Names are for honest folk. And you are a crack that shines light from another place. We're meant to travel together, you and I. Saw you in the flames. Not your face, but that soul of yours. All tightened up, like a huntsman's knot.
He grunts again, his eyes narrowing. You saw my soul in the flames.
There's things we can teach each other. If you're in need of answers to your mantle of questions. I don't force my words on anyone other than you. I don't care who walks with you or what their mewling problems and politics are. There's enough howling in the world without me stoking that fire. I won't take from your provisions, don't need much on the road. I can carry my weight, which is considerable.
He inhales, again giving you the impression of a blacksmith bellows. And he smiles almost proudly.
Many will stand against you. They probably already have, from what I can see. Left their marks, it seems. Like a trail, worming its way behind you.
Company would be welcome on the road.
Then let us walk together, Watcher.
Durance's face cracks into a smile. I'm gonna give him... It's just that I need a mechanics character, I need a survival character, and I need a stealth character, right? I mean, we don't need stealth, not really. And maybe survival isn't that important either. It just lets you get stuff. Like, everyone should have 1 survival for the 1 damage reduction there. But I don't know if you can use your companions for this. I think you can, often. In the scripted interactions, sometimes. It's not in conversations, that's only you. But in the scripted thingies, that's everybody, I think. But sure. 3 lore boys. Brilliant radiance, interdiction, inspired flame, aggrandizing radiance, inspiring radiance. Enemies take burn damage from the priest's holy radiance. Vessels take increased burn damage. Vessels take 37. Interdiction, grants interdiction 1 per encounter. Condemns the priest's foes, dazing any enemies in the area of effect. The Faithful of Magron gain an accuracy bonus with Sword and Arquebus and can cast a special version of Burst of Summer Flame. 1 per rest. Aggrandizing Radiance. Modifies Holy Radiance. Minus 75% healing received and everyone gets +2 to all stats. No, only he does. Inspiring Radiance. All allies gain an accuracy bonus from the priest's holy radiance. +10 accuracy for 12 seconds. Now, I'm a little bit confused because here it already says that vessels take damage. It's a little bit hard to understand what the hell it says here. Bow AoE, 93 burn damage. It doesn't say, like, it says vessels take increased burn damage, but it doesn't say what they're gonna take. Because here it says that vessels already take 37 damage, and that's like ghosts and shit. Dead. So it just says that it does like a little bit more damage, I guess. But it's that or the accuracy buff. Really? Could also give him Scion of Flame. More burn damage and stuff. I'll finally come to the meeting. Holy shit, what a slowpoke! Slowpoke! Friendly aura, +4 accuracy. But fine. Let's give him the fire radiance. There. Because there are a couple of fire spells for priests. They don't get much though. Now, priests don't need to do anything with the spell book. They just get all their spells, right? Yeah. But that means we have to... Yeah, it still doesn't say anything about doing fire damage, even though it already said that it does fire damage. So, I don't know what I just got. Foe AoE 9 to 13 burn damage, so I guess it does its small tiny amounts of burn damage to everybody always. But yeah, I'll be back in an hour or two. I'm gonna eat some food anyway, and we have a meeting, and then we'll continue playing. I'm gonna reduce the music volume while I remember. It was set to 30%, and I was like, why is it at 30%? And I pulled it up. And then it was way too loud, because it like drowns out all the dialogue. But, I'll be back later. See you then. Bye-bye.